Why? Hello and welcome everybody. Also good morning. Today we have a fun day because it's going to be the 6-hour campaign run recording. Now in this we have a different way of leveling than normal. This way we're going to be leveling as melee instead of rolling magma, and we do not need a mule. So with that being said, we're going to jump right on in. If you've never used my resources before, the first place you want to land here is the website pohx.net. The reason you want to come here is for many reasons. Number one, this is where we have the Chieftain League Start POB. We're just going to go ahead and copy this link. Furthermore, on this page, you have access to my loot filter that you can see here. By clicking the loot filter, it's going to take you to this page, which we'll go into in a minute. While we're over here, we're going to have an Atlas page. I need to work on this still. So this is for progression past the campaign. We have crafting with early game crafting, mid game crafting, and late game crafting. We have an FAQ, so you can search your questions if you happen to get stuck. You can also go ahead and copy the link and link it back for players who are needing assistance. So we've worked a lot on this website. Big shout out to JDon and Convey for the crafts. Now, while we're over here, we're just going to go back and talk about the filter. The 3.29 filter is what you're going to use when you start Righteous Fire. This is the one many of you guys are familiar with. And we're going to go ahead and scroll down to the 3.29 RF melee leveling. The melee leveling is what we're going to go ahead and use before we play Righteous Fire. So make sure you grab this one and make sure you grab this one over here. Once you grab those, you can safely close out of this and you can come back here. Make sure you copy the link here for the Chieftain League Start. And if you're curious on a written version, you can see it on the Mobalytics page right on over here. If you're on mobile only, you can actually paste this link that we copied here into the URL, and what it's going to go ahead and do is it's going to post this for you. Posting this is basically a scuffed version of the Path of Building, but it's the best we can do for mobile. From here, we're going to go ahead and jump on into the Path of Building. So we click New, Import, and Paste. What this is going to go ahead and do for you is it's going to open the actual build. Now in this build, you want to make sure you're navigating with the loadout feature in the top right. The loadout feature is going to prevent you from making mistakes because it swaps your skill tree along with your items, along with the configurator, and on top of that, it also pulls the items, right? Pulls everything. This way you're not using incorrect gear sets. Now in the notes page, we have our regex for melee leveling. You want to make sure you are copying this. Regexes are going to be posted in vendors. We have cheap unique items here for people who want to buy some items throughout the campaign or for second characters. And if you're new, I highly recommend you start looking right here for the leveling, right? Right on over here is where you want to be following, especially if you're new. It's basically a written version of the campaign for you on how to progress. These are basically set with the loadouts. So that means whenever you switch your loadout, you want to go ahead and scroll down over here. All right, let's go ahead and continue. So now that we have that and everything is set up, we're going to go ahead and jump on into the game. Okay, so I have created a private league just for this test run.
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the damned, Lord?
Now this character is fresh. I have no gold. I have no previous characters, except for all the characters I tested for the sake of this. So this is a complete fresh run. Now, this is going to be more difficult for me than it is for you guys. And the primary reason is because we don't have the socket change yet. So I have to find the matching colors. You guys don't need to. So anytime you see me struggling, you can laugh. If you don't know what that means, don't worry. It doesn't really affect you. It just makes life easier. My chat in YouTube and Twitch is hounding me to say that if you would like to go faster, you can make a Ranger Mule and buy an extra iron ring. I feel compelled to say this because they keep typing it, and I want to remind you that you can play any way you'd like. Don't try to speedrun the fun out of the game, okay? For the sake of this video, we're not muling because people have been asking to not mule for many years, so here we are with no muling. No witch is needed, no second character is needed. When you fight Hilllock, I like countering or fighting him counterclockwise like this. You just do one tap and you run around him. All right, grab all the loot. and continue on. Oh, I forgot to put Ruthless in. Whoops, that was a mistake there. You definitely want to put that in. All right. I like walking over here and trying to grab Ground Slam and look for a two-handed axe. So your choice is either between the axe or the maul. I can't afford that. I'm just going to grab a two-handed axe. You know, this is the wrong one, actually. Whoops-a-daisy. I want this one because it has a red. Whoops-a-daisy. Okay. Let's go ahead and swap that on. I'm going to put this in my weapon swap, and I'm going to grab the Ruthless. Put Ground Slam there. I'm going to ID this amulet and trash the rest of the drops. If you have extra wisdoms, you can buy an iron ring at Nessa if she's selling one. These are very good for damage scaling. Ideally, I want to look for red. For you guys, you just need a 2-link. So even these boots would be fine. And that's so you can put Ruthless support in. It's not a big deal. It'll be a bigger deal later. Over here, we want to go ahead and scroll on over. Grab your melee damage and life. And continue on. I'm not going to kill every mob. I'm simply going to ground slam when there's a lot of mobs. I don't like killing every mob in the campaign. It just takes way too long for me. But remember, you take your time and you go at your own pace. When you're on coast, it's not a bad idea to try to equip some pieces of gear. Grabbing early evasion pieces or armor pieces like this help a lot when going into the next zone, Mudflats, which has the highest kill rate of all the zones. Now, I don't know if I'm supposed to go this way or down here. We're going to find out. Okay, we went the right way. We want to make our way over to the waypoint. Now, there's two ways you can go. We're going to go ahead and go this way to Mudflats first so we can get more power before going to the next location. These Roas are very unhinged. You want to be very careful on fighting them. I like to focus on killing blue packs. Blue packs give a lot of XP. If you look down below at the XP bar, take a look at how much we get here. And any extra space you have, make sure you pick up the blue items and the rare items so you can sell them later. Also, I like to do attack without moving. This makes it so my character will attack in place and will not try to run to the location. Don't forget to put in your points. So we're trying to get the 3 glyphs here, so go to the 3 exclamation marks. Oop. 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 Roas, please. Gonna grab this shrine. It adds a periodic damage pulse that it does. It'll just help us with clearing these mobs. Perfect. And I'm gonna move on. We are going down towards here. All right. Now that we got those 3, as you can see right here, these 3, we're going to move on to the next zone, which is over here. Put this point in attack speed. All right, from here, we are going to go back to town. So we're just going to go ahead and click this. I'm going to ID these boots because they're rare and maybe they have movement speed. They have movement speed. Perfect. Now I'm going to vendor the rest of what I've got right here.
God hasn't abandoned.
I'm going to go ahead and check Tarly. And I'm going to grab Steel Skin, which I'm not going to end up using, and Shield Charge. I'm going to put Ruthless here, Weapon Swap, and Level Shield Charge. I'm going to go ahead and buy the Blood and Sand skill. Put it in my gear. And now we're going to go ahead and fight the next boss, which is over here. When you equip your Blood and Sand, if you're in Sand stance, you get more AoE. If you're in Blood stance, you get more damage. If you have bonus transmutations, you can always sell one for 3 wisdoms, or sorry, for 4 wisdoms. This will allow you to buy an early iron ring. An early iron ring is good because it provides you with much needed physical damage when you don't have a lot of gear. Don't sell too many though, because we're going to need those transmutations later. Now this guy gives us a very good support gem, which is called Chance to Bleed. So we're going to grab this, grab the medium life flask. Nothing here really helps me. If you log out to character selection, you will avoid queue times in general. So that's one thing to note when you're playing in the new league. I'm going to grab Chance to Bleed, equip the Quicksilver flask. If you have extra currency, you can consider buying a Rustic Sash. The global physical damage helps a lot. And now I want to see if I can find a red socket, and there is one here for a wisdom. So I'm going to sell an early portal scroll so that I can grab my 1 wisdom so that I can get a red socket. Now remember, you don't have to worry about this in the new league. You can simply use any color combination and you're okay. This is a restriction that we have to deal with, sadly, because we're not playing in the new league. Okay, we're now moving to the Submerged Passage. And there's 2 things you can do. Number 1, you can try to fight this boss early, which will be a little bit of pain if you're not strong. Or B, you can skip to the next zone and fight this guy later. Looks like I put this on the wrong skill. I'm just going to switch those so we have the Chance to Bleed. You can always double check by looking at the skill. If it doesn't have that letter on it, it means it's not being supported by a support gem. That's an easy way to tell that you make a mistake. Now we're going to get more mobility later. Primarily when we get this node here, Versatility, we'll be able to get Frostblink, and then we'll have our... Oh boy. We're going to have our mobility back, so that right there does not happen. Just trying to take out this blue mob. All right, let's go ahead and move on. This guy's like 1 HP. Surely it's worth it, right? Okay, cool. All right, so here is this passage. I'm going to put a portal here. You don't have to do this. This is just going to help us later when we run back to it. Just doing kind of like a little bit of a hit and run playstyle here where we tap the mobs and move on. This way we can benefit from our Chance to Bleed support. Coral ring is okay. Prefer iron rings, but this is okay for now. Ooh, iron ring. That's exactly what we want. That gives us flat physical, which is much appreciated. So from here, we're going to go ahead and make our way to the waypoint. And after that, we're going to go back to town so that we can take our portal back to Dweller. And my goal right now is getting Born to Fight for some extra damage before I have to fight Dweller. I have a helmet? Nope. Okay, that gives us a little bit of flat lightning, which is nice. And I want to go ahead and slap on this mana potion instead of what I have. All right, back to town, take our portal, and now we are going to go back down instead of up. Now we are looking for Dweller, and he happens to be right here. I'm going to go ahead and grab this shrine to try to help us with Dweller. It's going to give us some shock. Now, for players who want to go faster, you can weapon swap and use shield charge. I'm intentionally not doing any muling or weapon swapping to try to make it more of a realistic experience, and so it's not too quick for players to follow. I think this is a dead end. So where you see that shield, the shield charge here, you can just put on a white shield and you can start shield charging already. But again, we're gonna ignore that. And that essence right there, that's where we want to go. Oh, I forgot my stance wasn't on again.
I cannot do this
Okay.
yet.
Here we go. Now, this guy, very scary, very tanky. We want to just keep smacking and running around. Let the chance to bleed do its work. Targets take extra damage from bleed if they're moving. So making a target move is like #1 priority when it's tanky like this. Okay, grab all the loot. I'm going to do a log out to character selection, log back in.
What now?
Then I'm going to now go ahead and vendor everything here because I don't need it. The next thing I'm going to go ahead and do is grab my skill point, turn that in, and now we're going to grab versatility. Versatility means we can buy Frostblink, and now we have our first movement skill. I like to do attack without moving. I'm also now going to gamble for an axe, hoping for the next base. We did get it, so awesome. It's got attack speed. We're going to keep this to the side, and we're going to go ahead and use this when we hit level 9. We're currently level 8. So, back to the ledge. If you're following along in the video, you'll hear that I said I didn't feel strong enough to fight Dweller at that time, and I was trying to get Born to fight. If you feel strong enough, you can always skip that and go ahead and kill Dweller, take the boat, which will take you to the ledge. I'm saying this because a chatter is questioning kind of why I decided to go in that order. I think it's always important to differentiate that new players are not speedrunners, and trying to hold new players to the knowledge and experience of a speedrunner is kind of like a recipe for disaster. If you feel you're strong enough to speedrun, you don't really need to be following a guide, you know? You can just go ahead and do it yourself. Grab the helmet. I like the 2 red. We're going to just go ahead and do that. Ooh, large life flask. You swap those. Now our next big upgrade will be from Brutus, where we're going to get our next movement skill, which is going to be Leap Slam, and we're going to get a War Cry, which is going to give us double damage on Exert, which is going to be very nice. Exerting just means we press the War Cry and we press our damage skill, and then we get big damage.
Worthy of death.
Here, I typically kill the mobs, but not the Necromancer. A lot of the times, the Necromancer is insanely tanky, and more importantly, he debuffs you with Enfeeble. which makes you deal less damage. So when I have Enfeeble on, I kind of just keep running. Don't forget to put your passives in. Now, if you see this right here is used for ascending. So if you see the book, it means you can take a short detour. Otherwise, you have to do it after and do this trial. You need to do these trials to ascend. Ascending is what unlocks your Ascendancy. For example, we're playing an RF Chieftain, so the Ascension would unlock the Chieftain. Careful if you move while bleeding, you take a lot of extra damage, kind of like how we debuff mobs with bleed. Same thing applies back to us. This place is notably scary because there's a rare archer up here, and he can sometimes pin you with a bunch of different debuffs when you're stuck on the spikes there. So be careful with that. That's okay to pick up, but I'm not going to use it, so I'm just going to leave it alone.
Belief is the
Go through the portal.
metal of them all.
And since my inventory's full, I'm just going to go ahead and vendor everything really fast. I'm going to take faster attacks here and use it for later. If you have a 3-link option, you would use faster attacks with ground slam and chance to bleed. It's very good. Nothing wrong with it at all. So now I'm just going to go ahead and vendor pretty much everything except for this. This is our new weapon, which we are going to use right now. Get rid of you. Good. Okay. Back to the prison and onward. Whenever you're switching your gear, your auras may turn off if you're moving that gem specifically. So remember, if your mana is not showing that it's being reserved, or if you don't see the buff in the top left, just go ahead and recast it.
I cannot do this yet.
We are coming up on our first boss. Well, I'd say first big boss. He's a lot stronger than the other bosses we fought. You'll see these things are highlighting in weird colors. These colors basically mean that it's a decent upgrade for you at this level. It could be, right? It's a weapon base, so it means it has the potential to be better. It doesn't mean it's going to be. This is like 19 to 30 at 1.33. This is 17 to 25 at 1.25. I mean, thing is I would get faster attacks if I got this. I'm just gonna click a random essence on it, and it's 19 to 30. It's pretty bad, but I'd gain faster attacks. I'm just gonna sell it like that. Now in here in the upper prison, there's this like isolated chest here. You can hit it with a switch. Sometimes it can drop a lot of Quicksilver flasks, which is really nice. And there they are. I like to run 2 Quicksilvers, so I'm just going to do that. And now I'll be rotating between the 2 Quicksilvers to keep up the speed. If I can ever get a flash charge again. There we go. I think I have to go... Is it down here? This layout is a nightmare. Holy. And then they block me here? Wow. Three flasks for movement speed boots. Oh yeah, that's a fair point. There's a vendor recipe where I think it's you can basically, you're gonna have to, I don't remember this, you might have to look it up online. It's not really very necessary, but Quicksilver augment plus boots I think guarantees movement speed, and you can kind of up tier them. A little bit of extra information. So we are fighting Brutus right now with a 2-link on our weapon, or 2-link ground slam chance to bleed. We've got a weapon with no fizz, but a little bit of attack speed. Can just put my melee gems in here for an extra +1, but that's very minor, I think, on the damage. Now this guy likes to hook you. If you played like Dota, he's got like Pudge's meat hook right there. Same concept. You want to kite back and forth, try to work in the chance to bleed. You can see when he starts moving, the bleed's kind of big. He does that giant ground slam that you would like to frost blink out of the way of, and then he does this triple slam. Those are, and then he hooks. Those are the 3 main. So that's the big one, right? That's the triple slam. That's the big slam. We're going to move away. That's triple slam. That's big slam. And he goes. Down he goes. Grab all the loot. Let's move on. Oops, this way.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and go back to our hideout. Or not hideout, but the town. Clean up everything you want. So we're just going to go ahead and vendor all of this stuff here because I do not want it.
Goodbye.
And I am going to go ahead real fast and just dump some of this in here. I got a PoE. I'm going to identify, maybe it gets damage. It did not get damage. I'm just going to vendor. I don't believe I need this at all. So vendor you and vendor you. Now, since I have a weapon that's 3-linked, I'm going to chrome it and hope for a green or all red. Okay. You don't need to do this. You guys can just use whatever. I'm putting faster attacks in here. Remember, I'm not playing with the socket changes, so things are different. And I'm also going to go ahead and purchase a rustic sash here for some damage.
Take care.
Now, we also get some good skills here. We're going to go ahead and grab Leap Slam. We're also going to go ahead and grab another faster attacks. This way I can put faster attacks and Leap Slam together. And then we are going to go ahead and grab Intimidating Cry. We're going to put here. Intimidating Cry is a button you want to press for big damage on your auto attack or on your ground slam, right? So I'll show you on a rare monster when I come across him. Now we're going to be Leap Slamming. Here's a rare mob, Intimidating Cry, ground slam, and you can see it's a lot more damage. I'll grab these. Don't need that. Now we're going to primarily skip. If I see a blue pack, we're going to turn around and fight the blue pack. If it's not a blue pack, we are primarily skipping. We're getting to the point now where we're pretty strong. Now I want to go a bit faster. I like to frost blink at the end of the leap slam. This makes it so you don't kind of get stuck in an animation. How you doing, Lance? So from here, there are 2 things we want to do. The first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and look for the Mervale Cavern. This will get us our new main skill, which is Sunder. If you find this place right here, you can do one of 2 things. A, you can just clear it right away. B, you can do what I'm going to do, which is drop a portal. Then we're going to go to the Cavern of Wrath. We're going to click this waypoint. Now we can go back to town. We get access to Sunder. I'm going to go ahead and vendor my gear real fast and grab Sunder. The stuff right here. Remember, if you don't have movement speed boots, you can go ahead and identify boots in hopes for movement speed. Now I'm going to click the ship graveyard. And now we're going to do the same thing. Skip unless it's a blue pack. Now we get Sunder. So hit the slave girl. Okay, don't actually hit her. Just pick up the thing from the corpse. I didn't mean it like that, I swear. Okay, go into the ship graveyard. Talk to Fairgraves. Put Sunder on instead of ground slam. Yeah, a bit of a whoopsies there. Didn't mean it like that, I swear. A bit of a whoopsies. Now, Grand Slam is Sunder is our new skill until RF. Sunder is kind of like a more concentrated ground slam that can hit multiple times and does more damage with bigger bleed. It also works with exerting, so you Warcry into Sunder. Okay, do a quick log off, log back in, grab our skill point from that quest, and sell the rest of your gear. I'm gonna ID this body because I don't have one, and maybe I get better gloves, and guess what? Those are better gloves. ID you, okay, put this one on, equip the new body, put the gem back. These gloves are an upgrade because of the bonus flat damage they have and the life, right? Very good. Issue is, I do need another green, so I'm going to go ahead and chrome here to get my faster attacks back, and there it is.
Hello.
Again, you guys don't have to do that because you are in the future and you're playing on the updated patch, right? Okay, we are now going to the next boss, which is Mervale. Now, if you want a little bit more regeneration, you have two things you can do. Number one, if mana is a problem, I believe you can get the Clarity Gem after we killed Brutus. I could be wrong. You can definitely get Vitality. Vitality is very good for life regen for players who maybe forget to hit their life flasks from time to time. Okay, not this way. All right. We are getting close to Mervale. It's not a bad idea if you want to be a little bit safe to use... See how this is a topaz ring? There's a ring called Sapphire, and it gives you 20 to 30 cold resist. This helps you because most of Mervale's attacks are cold, or some form of cold conversion. I think it's not really needed, but for people who want to be a little bit extra safe, there is no harm. Okay, I think... Can I jump here? No. Can I go this way? No. Okay. Okay. Make sure you use your war cry and just start hitting her with the Sunder. The more you can make her move, the better. Okay, when she goes into second phase, make sure you flask up. Go ahead and hit your intimidating cry, wait for the HP bar to spawn, and hit. Don't stand too close to her, because if you do, she'll start screeching. I'll give an example here. If she wants to screech. Okay, she doesn't want to screech. These the red squids are very dangerous. They do a lot of physical or fire damage if they explode. Thankfully, they will all just die to your Sunder. You just hit with the Sunder and they fall over. No problem. Act 1 completed. Congratulations. We now move on to Act 2. Act 2, there's a lot less gem maneuvering. It's pretty unga bunga. We're going to kind of just go real quick through. We got most of the gems we need right now, so we're just going to kind of go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and vendor everything real fast. ID this because it's probably an upgrade, and it is. You can see this is 26 armor. This is 63, 62. Just going to go ahead and say goodbye to all of this. And I'm going to consider getting a new weapon soon. Chat, when do you get... Is it limb split? Limb split? What's the next axe upgrade? Is it 13? Wood split. Wood splitter? Not limb splitter. Okay, wood splitter at 13. 13 is another time to basically look for a weapon. You can buy one from the vendor and hit it with an essence. You can hit it with an alch orb. You can do the vendor recipe for the whetstone that you can see in the notes section. A lot of good options here. We are now on the way to Resolute Technique. You can also gamble. I thought I said that first. Maybe I'm wrong. That's what I was saying in my head. I'm going to go back and gamble one very quickly. Only issue is this is currently my 3-link, so it'd be a bit of a shame to lose it, but here we go.
Make it
Who do we gamble from in this act? I never gamble here. Gamble. We're just going to buy 1 axe, and we got a kind of poopy one, but you know what? It's better than nothing. I'm going to hit it with 1 chrome. 1 more. All right, we got our colors. That's kind of bad, but here we go. Can always check the damage to see if it's an upgrade. So this is 400. This is 341. Tiny bit of an upgrade. Oops. Okay, onward. We'll be looking for a new weapon because this one's not very good, but I don't want to spend too much of my gold gambling. It's okay to do it. You guys will have more flexibility than me, but I need to save my gold for the transition to RF that will be happening later. This mallet could easily be a replacement. I don't have a wisdom scroll though. This mallet is probably a replacement, but I have to get more links.
The eternal empire built by sickened minds. The ancestors. I cannot do this yet.
In this area, an easy way to find the exit is if you go to the middle, wherever the waypoint is. So you see the waypoints on this side. That means that the exit is right over here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and run down. I want to go here because it looks like that's where the trial is. Okay, I don't know how to... Well, no, that's the quest, actually. That's not the trial, maybe. That's the trial, I think. A little confusing here with this layout. Yeah, okay, here's the trial. Careful of the traps. Make sure you get ready to hit your life flask if you take damage from them. Thankfully, we can just leap slam over everything and we're fine.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
That thing, it exploded everywhere.
This guy can do a lot of lightning damage. I just like to kite him again. Use that chance to bleed to your advantage. Make sure you pick up the gem and you can relog. Okay, from here, I like taking Herald of Ash, put it in any extra red socket and turn it on. One of these guys identifies the gear. I'm not sure which one. Who identifies here? You? Boom. That mallet is actually also pretty bad. So yeah, we're gonna just vendor everything. I could alch this mallet and it would probably be better, but I don't know if I really want to do that. Let me just check the shop here. That limb split or wood splitter would be significantly better than what we have. I don't have an augment though. That's why you always want to check the shop first before doing stuff. Yeah, we're just going to trash all this. That's okay. Actually, this is a little better. Okay. Good. No augment, right? Nope. Alright, onward. Make sure you turn on your Herald of Ash. Okay. We are now going to our next quest, and our next quest is going to give us a bonus skill point. There's also another lab trial hiding in here. This is also a good time to buy Blood Rage. I forgot about this. Let me just go ahead and open up a portal. Now, this is optional. You do not have to do this. Blood Rage is a gem that makes you go a lot faster and gives you more damage, but you degen. We'll handle the degen later, but for now, we cannot really handle it. So we're going to be degenning. Thankfully, when we hit, we will gain some of that HP back because it gives us leech. But TLDR, Blood Rage makes you go faster, and that's why I like to use it. I'm also going to right-click my Frostblink here. This is going to prevent it from leveling. You do not have to do this. The main reason why I did this is because at some point it's going to take too much intelligence, and then I'm going to have to end up buying a new Frostblink, which is fine. It's just a little annoying. So I'm just going to halt it for now until I get better intelligence requirement. This is also an okay time to buy your Righteous Fire gem. After fighting Fidelitis, I forgot, you can actually buy an RF gem, and you can put it in your offhand to level. It doesn't make the biggest difference, but it can help a little bit. It'll just give you a little bit more base radius if you hit a breakpoint. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do this lab trial over here. Click our lever. Nice juicy blue pack.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the
Miss.
night falls.
Into the portal. Down here. Okay. Next up, we are going for Resolute Technique. This will make the build feel a lot better because we cannot miss anymore. And even though we have a little bit of accuracy, you still miss a lot, which sucks. This way? Could it be this way? Maybe? Yeah. Okay, grab the golden hand. There's a nice poleaxe for us for later. I'm going to drop one piece of gear to grab this. And I'm going to go ahead real fast, do a quick log to character, log back in. In my stash, I'm going to put this leather belt in the campaign tab. This is for later for when we go RF. If you find any random opal scepter, you can do the same thing. And I'm going to go ahead and continue to vendor the rest of this gear. And I'm going to put the poleaxe right here for now. Okay. Next up, I'm going to check Groost. Nothing that I really want here, so I'm going to move on. Remember, you guys have a regex, so you can post the regex. Actually, let me just check one more thing. Do we have... It's a 3-link. No. Okay, let's move on. Alright, 2 points. Resolute Technique. Perfect. Next up, we're going to go left.
Ready, exile?
Remember, you need to Blood Rage every time. You enter a new zone. Follow the road. Hit your waypoints. One thing I like to do is right as I cast Intimidating Cry, right, I like to Frostblink. And the reason why I do this is Intimidating Cry sometimes leaves you a little bit vulnerable. And what I mean by vulnerable is it's kind of like a long cast to use it. So like you know, mobs can easily surround you. So Frostblink is an easy way to reposition yourself very, very, very quickly. So if you see this pack here, watch. And then you can hit, and then the pack dies. And that way you get a nice, clean kind of smack from the Sunder. Now, a lot of people may ask, why are you using these links? I see a lot of people use different types of links. So, with our current 3 link, we have Chance to Bleed and Faster Attacks. Chance to Bleed is very good when you're constantly doing this hit and run style, where you're not trying to commit to combat, you're just trying to hit the mobs and get XP, right? Faster Attacks is good because Sunder is already innately slow. We don't have that much attack speed, so even though there may be DPS links that are better, this one feels the comfiest to me, right? You're less locked in animation. When you're traveling the road, when you see the broken part of the road, you can actually follow that broken part of the road, which is going to lead you to a Lyra. I did a very bad job at following it because I'm partially blind, but that's okay. She's somewhere in this direction. All right, here we go. Okay, when we get to a Lyra, simply go and kill, Intimidating Cry, and punch her in the face. My damage is falling off because our weapon is really bad. Grab that. Next up, we're going to go ahead and continue down the road. Oh. I got stunned out of Frostblink there, I think. What's that? Chromatic. Boink. Grab the emblem, hit the seal. Just step right on over here to Prisoner's Gate, open up a portal, come over here, talk to Bestel, grab your skill point, vendor if you need to, walk back to Prisoner's Gate, go to the forest. Now that we've killed Alira was on the right side, which means Weaver will be on the left side. So now we're going to go ahead and look for Weaver. Upper plate could be a nice upgrade. That's a nice upgrade. Holy, those stats are very nice. Now there's two places, or two things you can do on the passive tree. We have 2 options. A, you take Hardy first, which cancels Blood Rage degen, or B, you take Life into Warrior's Blood, which gives you more life but less sustain. Overall, you're going to get both of them in the next 10 levels. So it's just a choice there. You'll notice I'm not going to use this heavy belt, and that's because I want the damage from the Rustic Sash.
I thank you, my ancestors. I will repay your debt.
Pick up this poleaxe, pick up this ruby ring, and I'm just going to ID it. It's already actually better than my current weapon. Oh, my aura's turned off. Doo-doo. And doo-doo. One more time. There we go. Okay, for Weaver, same thing. Just punch him in the face. They're going to go up when they're like half HP, a little bit lower. And your goal now is to not get swarmed by the spiders. You should easily be able to handle this, considering my weapon is very poo-poo and we are not struggling at all.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay. Make sure you grab the spike here. I'm just going to go ahead and drop one piece. pick up anything that I can, log the character, log back in, and just start to vendor the rest of the stuff. Okay. I really would like to use this, or at least I'd like to use this, but I don't have the links right now. So I'm going to just go ahead and check vendors really fast. Again, you guys don't have to do this step. You guys are totally fine to just keep progressing. I'm also going to buy a Quartz Scepter here for when we go Righteous Fire. You don't need to do this. It's just the Ellie base is kind of nice. So we're looking for a 3-link, ideally not body because my body is kind of good. So we'd want to find a 3-link of something that's not a body armor. And ideally not boots either because we kind of want movement speed on our boots. I could do something a little silly right now. I could buy these boots in hopes that actually I can deterministically add movement speed to these boots. So I believe there's a recipe here, if I am not mistaken. That is boots augment like this. And now we get 10% movement speed boots. And then I'm just going to chrome for 1 green, 1 green, 1 green, 1 green, 1 green, 1 green. Just 1. This game does not like us. Okay. Not a problem. Everything's okay. Remember, you guys don't have to do that. You guys can just use any colors that you want. You did it. 2 times. Well, I need one. I need red, red, green, not blue. I can't use the blue. Like, you can see my links are not blue. Blind. Wait, I actually missed it twice? Are you gaslighting me? I had 2 red and 1 green? I feel like I did not have 2 red and 1 green, but maybe I did. Soldier helmet. That's a nice helmet. We're not going to use it. We're not going to use any uniques for the campaign. Okay. At Oak, we're going to go ahead and choose Violence here and Kill. Okay, we're now going to go ahead and find the waypoint, and I'm going to go use those chromes again and cry about it. This is actually not ideal because I need these chromes for when we go RF. Red, red, red was good. Faster attacks on Sunder is troll. It is not troll. You should have heard my explanation previously. Okay. From here, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to grab a Righteous Fire Gem, and I'm just going to put it in a piece of gear to level.
What troubles?
I'm going to check real fast for links again, since I am a bit starved on my gem links. We actually have a helmet here that's triple red. So I will probably just yoink the helmet for triple red, since our helmet is bad. And I have exactly 1 chromatic orb to my name, and it will hit 1 green.
Troubles.
Okay, let me just get rid of the rest of this stuff. This is not going my way right now. I am not gonna lie to you. This is a bit of a fun campaign run. I'm not gonna lie. This shield will be good later for when we go RF, just because of the colors. So I'm gonna buy that. There's a chromatic orb for us. If this hits all red, okay, wait, I used it on the boots. Oh, that's actually okay. The boots are good. Yeah. Boots are good. Okay, so now we can switch. So Sunder, faster attacks, and chance to bleed. We're gonna go ahead and swap that for the boots. Next up, we're gonna go ahead and take this new helmet. I'm just gonna go ahead and alch it. You don't have to do this, but it's just it's good for the colors for me right now. Okay, good. And then there's our Ruthless that we're not using. This means we can now jump to our new weapon. So 464 to 623. Nice damage increase. We're going to vendor you. We're going to vendor you. We're going to vendor you as well. All 3 of these are going to go. Okay. Good. All right. What we're going to go ahead and do now is check out this Grand Life Flask. This is going to be better than what I'm using. We don't need steel skin. I'm going to put it to the side. In fact, do you remember that heavy strike we had from the beginning of the game? We can use that with an iron ring later, and we can actually make a ruby ring, just to show you an example of what we're going to be doing. Oops a daisy. Iron ring, red gem will make ruby. So we're going to save that for later because I need that still. And we are just going to go ahead and move on. If you want a better weapon, you do have the option. You do have the option. 1 second here. Of doing the rustic sash recipe, or even alking is okay. Like anything you find at the beginning is okay. So like I could take this alk and do this, and now that's a much better weapon, for example, right? And we can do that. This currency we're using right now is trivial in the long run compared to everything else. So we're just going to go ahead and go onward now. Now that we have finished that little detour, right, we're going to go ahead and continue with the campaign. So to reiterate, to kind of recap on where we are, we killed Oak and we killed Alira. So I like to help Creighton. I like to help him for more speed. If you guys want to be a bit slower and a bit, I can't really say more sturdier, but you're going to get an extra skill point, you can choose to kill Creighton, and that is okay. Then you'll be killing all the bandits. We got 4 points. I'm going to go ahead and dump these real fast into Hardy, and I'm going to grab the 50 life regen mastery.
I cannot do this yet.
Really not helping Alira for new player guide. You must have never played RF Chieftain before. And that is okay. Okay. Relog. And now we are going to Vol. RF Chieftain does not need bonus resistance. You are LE weakness capped for red maps when you ascend in normal lab. It's not needed. Okay, Grand Life Flask. I'm going to slap that on over the Greater. Portal. We have 7 portals. We're okay. I don't need to go back for portals. It is a good idea to still pick up rare items and sell them unidentified, because you need a boatload of transmutations for the RF swap. Something like 10, 12, 15, the more the better. I don't like to corrupt. That's a corruption altar. You can do it if you'd like. I don't really know what you would target corrupt. Maybe people are looking for Vol gems early in the league, and you can find out what people want to buy and you can sell it. I typically ignore it. Okay. If you are new for the first time, I think you need to clear the Dread Thicket for your hideout. I don't remember, but that's one thing to note. I cannot simulate that because I don't know. You'll notice this whetstone is highlighted. This is very important for doing the rustic sash recipe. If you look in the POB notes and read, you will see what I'm talking about with the rustic sash recipe. At this point, assuming you've been reading the notes, you already know what it is. So we're going to use this for our next axe in the future to make a better weapon deterministically. Just going to wait for the loot here. What's that? Yoink. Our next points now are going to be going down into the life nodes right here. Double axe. That's a nice base. There's no way this is better, right? Actually, I want to say it is. It's just slower, but it hits, I think, a bit harder with the cold damage. We can check once we get to the appropriate level. Big life node. If you're stuck here, it means you have not done your bandit quest. So make sure you have done that and killed the associated bandits. Okay, we are just focusing now on climbing this pyramid, so we can go ahead and fight the boss of this act, who's known as Vol. Even though we're skipping a ton of monsters, you can see the zone level is 23, and we are in fact also level 23. So it is very much okay to skip a lot of monsters. All right. Make sure you click your recipe. Now, this guy is a stationary boss who goes underground. He's going to shoot lightning zaps at you, which do a ton of damage if you have bad lightning res like me. You want to use your frost blink to try to dodge that or life flash through it, but it will hit hard. He spawns adds, he does a slam, he summons rocks, and he puts a bunch of ice on the ground. It sounds like a lot. We're pretty much going to run in a circle and smack him. I like to save the intimidating cry for when he rises up and press blood rage when the ads spawn. So this is the rock fall. It's one of the easier attacks to basically just dodge. That's the little ice thing on the floor. Just don't stand in it. I'm intentionally going to wait and show you the lasers. That's the lasers. So you can frostblink dodge like this. Okay, and down he goes. You can actually relog here, and it will automatically get you the waypoint, and then you can just click.
It is good to feel your warmth again, Ramacons.
I'm going to just check the damage really fast. 114. Oh, we actually lose damage with that weapon, so we're not going to use it. At this point, we now want to save... We want to save our gold for the RF respec. I like to have at least 1.3k maybe? I can't say the exact amounts. You can see exactly what I used in the notes if you scroll down to the RF swap. We're not doing it till about 29, 30, 31, somewhere around there. All right, from here, there's a little bit of a skip you can do to save it some time. We're just going to click that right there, and then we're going to open up a portal, and then we're going to take our own portal. This will just skip this run here. So we just go here, drop a portal, and we're here. All right, from here, I'm just going to clean out my inventory real fast.
You getting by?
Good. And we're now just going to go ahead and go back to the slums.
You are a welcome sight, daughter of Namakanu.
You will hear me talking about the socket change throughout this entire run, so you don't have to worry. We're going the wrong way here. I think we're going the wrong way. Yep.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, notable things in this area are there is a lab trial that we want to go ahead and accomplish, and on top of a lab trial there is a mini boss, Piety, who is very angry if you have very bad lightning resist like me.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered.
She is right there where that exclamation mark is. English only in the chat, please.
You're simply too stupid to be realistic, aren't you, brute?
Okay, this is Piety. She is right here. Just want to be careful. Those ball lightnings do a lot, and that thunderstorm skill does a lot. So I just try to keep moving.
Enough of this.
Okay, relog. Talk to Clarissa. Let's grab the keys. Now at this point, you could get a new aura if you would like. I'm gonna skip all these. There's two things you can do. A, you can buy flammability, which we're gonna need for Righteous Fire. You can put that right there. And B, you can grab Purity of Elements if you want to run that. You'll also run this in RF. I'm gonna do a more damage-focused approach, so I'm gonna run Malevolence instead. I highly recommend you go with Purity of Elements. Okay, from here, in the sewers, we want to get these 3 exclamation marks. There is always one before the waypoint, and I'll show you what I mean by that. These guys here, the yellow dischargers, this guy right here, can do a ton of damage, especially if your resistance is bad. So be careful about them. So here is the bust right here. Pick it up, and we're going to go onward. And I'll show you the waypoint that's coming up right here. Oh, never mind. I went the wrong way. Let me just grab Warrior's Blood. Okay, here's the waypoint right here. So if you don't have a bust and you went past this waypoint, you're going to have to go back. From here, you need to find 2 before you exit. I don't know if there's always one down here. You can see there's one over there. We're going to try to make our way to that. And then there's one there. So we secured both of them, and we are good.
I cannot do this yet.
This person over here is Cassia. You can do it if you want. It will unlock the ability to anoint on your amulet. Typically, you don't have currency to do this, so I skip this till much later. Okay. Now that we're at the marketplace, our goal is to find the waypoint. Now, as you're going through here, there's going to be a unique monster, which is this guy right here. If you ever happen to zoom in, you'll notice that he is not fully covered. We're not going to show more about that, but just a little sneak peek for you guys. All right, we're going to go into the catacombs. In the catacombs here, we're going to go ahead and zoom through. There is a waypoint that we get right there. So you can do this later. The reasoning for doing this is we can get another lab trial. Okay.
An emperor must bear two blades. Hope in the
I'm just going to log because we have the waypoint. Actually, we can turn in the 3 busts right now. Also, shout out to any marauders with fancy boots walking around Rayclast. Okay. Do the marketplace. I don't think you need that decanter. I never pick it up, so I'm going to skip it. Okay. The next thing we're going to do, you want to plug these points in. I'm just going to hold them for now. And the reason why is we're getting ready to do a respec, and I feel pretty comfortable. And it will actually save a few points on the tree if we save some points. You don't have to worry too much about this, especially if you over level. It's mainly if you're under level and you swap, and it's not a big deal. It'll be like 200 gold to fix it at the very most on the correction. But I'm just gonna hold everything just to make my life easier. Primary reason why we want to take these 2 points, right? And once we take these 2, we can respec these. So you'd have to click these and respec that. If you go here and then you don't have points, then you'll have to refund and then do this and then refund. Basically, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just hold some points and you'll be okay. Hold at least 2 skill points and you will not have a problem before your RF swap. In the docks here, we are looking for, I think it's called the Infernal Sulfite. So that's our current goal. Now, in the patch, if you're watching this video today, then you've already seen the damage over time buffs. There's a lot of hype going around, 2 skills specifically. If you don't like using Fire Trap, there are 2 potential alternate options. Number 1, Searing Bond of Detonation. Searing Bond of Detonation is a gem that will do more damage than Fire Trap. If you have the correct links, you can find this on my website. Just search Searing Bond of Detonation in the FAQ. But I do believe it will fall off when you get into the very expensive gearing in the build when you have the proper Fire Trap helmet. More specifically, the level 25 trap and mine damage. The second thing is there are Scorching Ray of Immolation totems you can use. This is a bit more complex, and from what I know, you need specific breakpoints to make it work. I imagine this will do much more damage than Fire Trap, but will need some form of investment. This was probably going to be the new way to play RF, but don't quote me until I've gotten to test things. If we're wrong, you can blame Jung Roan for the guy who's trying to convince me. There's also a ruby ring here. I'm just going to grab this one. Okay. Did I get the thing already? No, right? No. Okay, I went on a yapping segment and then got a little confused. All right, so we're going to go down here. Now that we're full clearing the zone effectively. There we go. Ooh, a granite blast. That's nice. Okay, got the sulfite. And I'm just going to relog. I'm going to go ahead and hold these gloves because they're a 4-link, although I probably don't need them. And I'm just going to vendor these drops.
Stay out of the shadows.
I'm going to go ahead and store these 2 ruby rings. And let's continue onward. From here, we're going to the battlefront, and we're going to go out the kind of north section to go to the Solaris Temple. We are getting very close to the respec. In fact, after Solaris Temple here, we just have a few more zones, and then you gotta buckle up because we got a lot of info for the RF swap. There's a lot of moving pieces going on. Thankfully, you guys will have a lot less moving pieces in the patch, and the primary reason is you can share your gem colors because of the new socket change, right? So you don't have to worry nearly as much as I do. I'm gonna have a bit of a problem when I swap, but that's okay. We'll figure it all out. And that's because we had to use like 7 chromatic orbs to get our right colors early. Maybe more than 7. Maybe it was like 8. It's quite a bit. Too many. It's here, right? Here? So much moving around in this zone, holy.
I cannot do this yet.
Nope, wrong way.
I cannot carry this.
Wrong way. Maybe it's this way. I'm overkilling a bit right now for 2 reasons. Number 1, level 31 gets us access to all the supports we need for RF at the swap. And number 2, I need a little bit more currency because I'm playing in 3.28 and I have to deal with the socket colors. So I'm hoping to find lucky 4-links / chromatic orbs. We ended up not even needing to do the whetstone recipe, so that's nice. Okay, Jade Amulet or Lapis are both fine. I'm gonna take Jade.
Not a cockroach.
Okay, and that's done. I'm gonna just log out. Okay, I'm gonna just vendor this sword real fast.
You're looking sharp.
Get rid of that. Just glancing here. You don't need to do this. You guys are fine. You can just keep progressing. Okay, that might be our helmet. I think I'm going to grab that as a failsafe just in case. The issue here is I'm using a lot of my precious transmutations that I will need, but that's okay. We're experienced players. So we're just going to keep that for RF. All right. Now we're going back to the sewers. Use the sulfite on that. Grab your recipe. And now we're very, very close to RF. You have 2 choices here. A, you can beeline for RF right now and go to the right. Before you do, I think you want to kill Gravicious, who is located right here. Because I just want a little bit more experience, I'm going to go ahead and go to the next waypoint first. And I'll show you what that means here shortly. This guy does a lot of damage if you don't have a lot of fire resist, so again, just like with most bosses, I kind of just kite them. Try to lean into your bleed. You can see our weapon is starting to fall off, but that's okay because we don't have to fight any more bosses. We are swapping to RF very soon. When a ghost goes into a monster like that, they're a lot tankier. They do a lot more damage, so be a little careful. Damage effectiveness doesn't help RF builds. We don't stack flat damage, unfortunately. That's why our limitation of skills is so niche. Okay, we're hitting the waypoint, and we are now going to the right here. So we're going back to the Ebony Barracks where we fought Gravicious. Remember I was talking about that 1.5k gold? We are very close there at 1.4. In this zone, these monsters here are known as porcupines in the PoE community. When you kill them, they explode with spikes. So it's best to kill them at further distance, or, you know, if you have enough armor and evasion, it's not too bad. So here's Library. Before we go in, we just want to find the waypoint. Because I'm a little stupid, I'm just going to drop a portal here because I don't want to get lost. It's probably like right here. Okay, cool. Just wanted to confirm. So hit that. And now we're going to go ahead and go on into Library. I could have actually just went back and then taken the portal, but that's fine. If you feel you don't have enough gold, make sure you kill more rare monsters. Rare monsters are a great source of gold and gear in general. So remember, I imagine most people are not going this fast who are following me, and they're going to, in general, be over-leveled, have more currency, etc. Usually when I do these, I'm a bit more, you know, I'm kind of scarce with how much I'm killing. It's that's not the right word, but you get what I mean. Oops. Okay, we don't have to talk to him. We just want to get the waypoint. Once we get this waypoint, you never want to go backwards anymore. You want to look for places past the waypoint. I say this because the library area is a little tricky to find. So just don't go past, like, don't go backwards, right? You're looking for kind of like a candle, sort of. So make sure every room you walk into, I think it might even be this room here, you just pay a little bit extra attention. It is not this room. Here it is. All right. Now that we're in here, our goal is to find 4 papers. We'll see them here in a second. You need 4 of them, and then we prep the RF swap. 4 pages? Pages. Yeah, I think that's what they're called. You can see them. They're all over my map here. I'm going to try to get these ones on the left first. Okay, page 1. Page 2. I swear that layout's a maze, man. You have to go that way, no? Shouldn't you pick up the red gems from that chest? Not even worth my time. Next page. All right. Relog. Clean out my inventory.
You're right.
So let me just get rid of you. I'm just going to vendor all this.
Stay
Colossal
out.
is better than Giant. Giant is better than Grand. We're going to keep all of our currency on us.
There is nothing
Okay.
else.
From here, I'm going to take a quick 30-second break. We're going to have a big Righteous Fire swap here, so get ready. Okay, now, you made it this far, time for the swap. Here's what we're going to do. First thing we need to do is open up that path of building. From here, you're going to want to copy the library regex right here. You can see what gems you want to buy over here in the prepping RF swap, along with the total cost. I may have the cost a little bit wrong. I think it's maybe 3 alterations and 5 transmutations. You can see what we're doing here. I'm just going to minimize, and we're going to go ahead and go in and plug our regex in. So, to the library. Okay, nothing here matters. Purchase items. 1 life tap, probably going to need 2. Burning damage. Fire trap. I'll get another one, but for now I'll just get 1 because I'm starved on transmutations. Trap and Mine, not really needed right now, but it's good to level. Swift Affliction, not needed at all, but is used later in your later swaps, so if you don't have the Chance Orbs, you don't have to worry about this. Skitterbot, I like to get. Also a bit optional right now. Flammability, we just purchased recently. I like to run Malevolence. Your choice is Malevolence or Purity of Elements. Armageddon Brand. Combustion. Efficacy. And Elemental Focus. Okay.
Go with care, friend.
So, the links are going to be as follows. Armageddon Brand with Combustion, right? We're going to do Righteous Fire, which is currently located right here. So it's going to be Righteous Fire with Efficacy, Elemental Focus, and Burning Damage. Then we are going to want, the Armageddon Brand Combustion. We're also going to want one of your auras of choice, so I'm running Malevolence for now. Let's start with the swap. First thing we want to do, I'm going to go ahead and put on a... Where did that scepter go? Didn't I hold a scepter somewhere? Oh yeah, it's in my offhand. I'm going to grab my scepter, put it in the main hand. I'm going to grab the shield, put it in my offhand, just like this for now. I'm going to do shield charge. I'm going to grab the faster attacks, and I'm going to support it with life tap. Okay, that's button 1 is cleared. Next, I need to get a 4-link ASAP for my Righteous Fire. So, what I'm going to go ahead and do real fast is I'm going to gamble for a body armor.
Hello, Moana, exile.
I am going to gamble for an armor energy shield. You should gamble pure armor. It's just better. Now, before I do this, we're going to respec. So, with our 4 refund points available, right? I'm going to first put the 2 points in strength, refund 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm going to use Let's see, put these points in right here. Then I'm going to use the respec option, and I'm going to remove here, like that. That gets our respec done, along with resolute technique. For our points, we want to go ahead and grab Arsonist with the regenerate 1 life per 1 unkept fire. Just like that. Then you'll have 4 points left. The next place you'd go is Nomadic Teachings, and then Divine Judgment. So I will do this for you. I like to skip this, but I'm doing it just for you guys for now. Okay. From here, we have 1,300 gold left. Let me work on getting a body armor. So let me gamble real fast. We got a 4-link with our colors. Holy, we're blessed.
Be well.
So, Righteous Fire with Efficacy and Ally Focus. Remember, you guys don't need the right colors, so you're fine regardless. I missed the melee point at the start. Oh, you're right, I did. Thank you very much.
Greetings.
Perfect. So now this will be our new body. We swap. Even though this one's stats are better, I need a 4-link right now, so we're just doing this. So we use worse gear in favor of sockets. Okay? We need a blue-red link. Blue-red is a perfect spot for our helmet. So we're going to go ahead and use the blue-red. So that flammability we once had alongside a life tap gem. So I'm going to go buy another life tap gem. Remember when I was talking about needing that extra life tap? It doesn't matter if you buy it from library or here. It's okay. It's pretty much the same thing. So that is going to be that setup. I no longer need Intimidating Cry. I no longer need Ruthless. Now, if you're at this stage, remember those red gems I was talking about? You can sell a iron ring with any red gem to print a ruby ring. So while we're at that, we're going to just go ahead and grab the other ruby ring that we have. Okay, that's awkward because of the dexterity situation. We're going to keep that there for now. You don't want to do that, but worry about that later. That's because of the blood rage and the faster attacks right now.
Yes?
Can I get a cheaper faster attacks? 49? No, I cannot.
God hasn't abandoned
That's unfortunate. That's okay. All right. Next up, we had a leather belt. I'm just going to go ahead and swap on the belt. You don't want to be using a rustic right now. Rustic is not ideal for you.
Hello.
Oh yeah, we can put on this amulet. Oh, now we're int locked. Nobody saw anything. Okay, right. So, what we're going to go ahead and do right now is I would rather have a better leather belt. The reason I want a better leather belt is this current leather belt does not have a suffix open for fire resistance. So, I'm just going to buy this one.
Farewell.
We're going to go to our hideout, and we're going to go ahead and start crafting fire resist while we work on the rest of our gear. So, we're going to go here. We're going to craft fire res. We're going to take that ring. We're going to craft fire resist like that. We're going to take, let's see, this amulet is actually not ideal. This amulet has a suffix open. I'm going to put this amulet in, and I'm actually going to craft intelligence on this amulet. And that is because I need it specifically for my current gems. You probably won't need this. This is most likely because of the leveled up Frostblink. From here, we're going to take the other ruby ring that we had, which is located right over here. We're going to craft fire res. Right? So we have our nice double fire res. Any other piece of gear that has an open suffix, you can craft fire resistance on, right? Craft fire resistance on literally everything. On your weapon, you can do fire damage if you have the alterations for it. So I'm going to click that, right? The other option is you can use a turquoise amulet, which I could have checked the vendor at first, but this is fine the way I have it set up. So the next stage now is getting rid of things we don't need. So we're not using Leap Slam. We're not, Blood Rage is optional. We can use Blood Rage. We want Armageddon Brand along with Combustion. We're going to put this on our right click. We are no longer Sunder players. We don't need this anymore. This is trash. Frostblink can go over here. So I'm setting up my keybinds right now. Armageddon Brand on right click. I've got my flammability over here. I've got my Frostblink here. My shield charge is located right over here. And everything else, we just need one blue now for our Malevolence, and we are good to go. So I'm going to take these boots off, and surely we can get that one blue that we had the entire time. You remember that one blue that just kept showing up? There it is. There is our Malevolence. And there's one more aura I'm going to take right now, and that is going to be over at Yina. we're gonna grab sand. Yeah, flesh and stone. So let's clean out what we don't need. Okay. Yeah, good. So now I'm left with a fire trap, swift affliction, trap and mine, and skitterbot. So what I want to do here is, you can see I have a lot of greens. So I want to find something with some greens. So there's greens. Wait, that shield is better than mine. What the heck? Okay, real fast. I'm just gonna swap to a new shield. Don't mind me. Okay. And we're gonna go ahead and put our fire trap. Very important that the fire trap is leveling. Very important. Trap and mine will go here. If you have an extra fire trap, it's good to level it. Skitterbot, ideal that it levels, but it's not a big deal. Steel skin we do not need anymore. We also, I mean, I guess the mana flask is okay for right now. Next up, I have one more transmutation left. So I'm going to go ahead and craft fire resistance on my new shield right over here. And now we're going to go ahead and look at our character. So our character is currently running Flesh and Stone and Malevolence. I've got a 3-link RF with LE Focus and Efficacy. We've got the Life Tap Flam. We've got the Shield Charge set up right here. We've got the Armageddon Brand Combustion, right? I've got an optional Blood Rage. And I've got the Malevolence Flesh and Stone. This seems complicated for new players. That's why I'm taking my time, and it's all written in a guide as well. Nothing good comes without a price. That's Path of Exile. Welcome to the game. If you get phased out in the campaign, believe me, the end game is a lot more rough. So, let's go ahead and get started. Our fire resistance is 189. We're going to turn on Righteous Fire. You can see it does not degen our character. Let's continue. No fire res on boots. I think if I do the recipe for the boots, it gets messed up. If I have a suffix, I don't remember. But I also don't have an extra orb. We are looking really fast, specifically for the... what is it we're looking for? The trial. Now, for players who need extra regen or who are following the guide, you'll notice it does also run Vitality. I am choosing to not run Vitality right now because I don't think I have a transmutation for it. Vitality is good. You want to make sure you're running it. When my degen starts to get a bit bad, I'll probably go grab a Vitality.
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
Cannot get Stone Golem yet, but Stone Golem will help later. Oops. Wait. Oh, right, we didn't fight Piety yet. Whoops. Whoops. Right, let's go back to the Lunaris Temple and fight Piety.
Piety, you are true.
Now that you're Righteous Fire, you should be able to kill most things by just walking. This is like one of the nice things about waiting on the swap. Since we waited to get our 4-link, which I currently only have a 3-link right now, the damage is much, much better than trying to force it in Act 2, right? When you come across rare mobs, just use your flammability and use your Armageddon brand, and they will die. Now we can go and grab our burning damage there. The reason we are using Armageddon Brand instead of Fire Trap is because Armageddon Brand is naturally a level 28 gem, and Fire Trap is like a level 9 gem. Fire Trap needs time to level up because we didn't get it right away. Armageddon Brand is already kind of leveled. So when the Fire Trap is caught up in level, we'll switch to Fire Trap. This is also a great time to switch your filter now that we are not playing melee and we want to be on the campaign filter. I'm going to go ahead and move the points up here. We are aiming to grab Divine Judgment. It's a very, very, very big damage node. You want to make sure in this zone, once you go up, you don't go back down. So even though you say I hit a dead end, There's no reason to go back down. Simply just go through the next area located over here. And then from here, you want to go the path with the one. The one cart.
I cannot do this yet.
Oops. So dark in this zone. Always fight your blue packs. There's always a blue pack also right here.
You've done your ancestors proud.
All right.
Now,
From here, you don't need to spam your Armageddon brand. You simply just need to make sure it's active on the boss. It doesn't do that much damage, but what it does is it procs that support gem Combustion that we have. Combustion lowers enemy fire res, boosting your RF damage. Okay, good.
Parties. Don't do anything I would.
Telecota.
Okay. Can I actually upgrade my, let's see, augments? Or my Quicksilver flasks? Did I get rid of them? Oh, here they are. Can I upgrade this?
You're right.
Boots, Quicksilver, and augmented. Oops. Yeah.
Stay out
Cool.
of the shadows.
Can I upgrade it again?
You're looking sharp.
Oops. Yes, I can.
Good luck.
All right. Let's keep going. Actually, this is a skill point. Let me grab the skill point from Piety.
Watch yourself.
Right here.
Good ride.
Now to check, if you see here, you want to make sure you have all 6 done. You can click this and you can actually see what you're missing if you haven't completed all of those trials. We're going to ascend in a little bit. Why don't we use Flame Dash? You should use any movement skill you like. Path of Exile is a game of preference. I think there is no cleaner movement combo than Shield Charge and Frostblink.
The CotA do not hide in towers built in fear.
It's not a bad idea to pick up blue scepters and just identify them. Blue scepters can roll, you know, just as good of mods as rare scepters. So if you get like a one-line damage mod like fire damage, damage over time multiplier, you know, fire damage over time multiplier, you can literally use that scepter till the end of the campaign. It's a fire and ignite res guy. He's really tanky. Oop, I'm frozen. Too bad every mob died. Now that you're Righteous Fire and you're playing with the new socket change, the priority color for you would just be getting 1 blue where your Righteous Fire is. Matching the socket with the color will give you 10% quality. Righteous Fire gets base radius on quality. That's really the main priority. If you want to go a little faster, your Shield Charge has good quality with speed, so does faster attacks, but we're not going to go through all that because the whole point of this update was to make it easier for newer players, and we don't want to make it more complex by telling you what colors to get. If you're curious, simply hold Alt on a skill, and you can see what the additional effects from quality is. If you find that to be advantageous, you can go ahead and start trying to color around your links right now, or color around your sockets. Alternatively, on my website FAQ, there will be an order of priority / notable, like what is important in terms of quality.
Now you
These guys do a lot of damage, so just kind of play around and just move around here.
submit, heretic.
No, in Stone Stance you take less damage. This is not to be confused with the other aura we ran when we were playing melee. This is a different one. So for here, when he does the lightning, I just kind of move around. It's good to run in a circle like this. It mitigates a lot of damage. And when you hear Touch of God, you run away. If he ever does it. He didn't do it. If he touches of God, you just Frostblink away and move.
This world is an illusion, exile.
This weapon's okay, but spell damage doesn't... Spell damage is not as good as fire damage. RF does not scale with spell damage. Okay. This zone is really nice.
Follow a dead river.
You just kind of go through. If you want extra XP, on the left and the right, if you see an indent that you can walk into, always has a guaranteed blue pack. So if you look here, there's a guaranteed blue pack. Just nice for people who need a little bit of extra. I'm also going to pick up this helmet in Alkit. The colors match my current. Again, you guys don't care about the colors, but this is a nice candidate for an upgrade because my current helmet is shit and basically just has fire res. Unless it's int bricking anything, it's not. Thank you for the raid, man. Don't have too much chat communication right now. We're doing a long YouTube recording. If you come across these fire and ignite res mobs, you can skip them for now. Have no fear. Later on, we won't have to worry about them. Just to, oh, never mind.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay. Let's just clear out the inventory.
Until next.
I'm gonna just sell a transmute because I don't feel like walking around figuring out which NPC can identify. Alright. Goodbye, goodbye.
Bye.
Do I have an Alcorb? I have an Essence. On Helmet, this gives minion damage, but it might be good. Look at that. Life and fire res. It's already better. Swap. Perfect. Don't even care about the minion stat.
Yes.
Okay. Vendor.
Next time.
We're going to go ahead and move down. You'll notice that I don't really spend a lot of time checking vendors. You absolutely can, but it's not really necessary. I'd say checking vendors is more so for Act 1, Act 2, maybe Act 3 when you're struggling. Once you're not really struggling anymore, you don't really have to spend the time going through the vendors. You're on the one that identifies. I can't be asked with it. I would prefer like one universal NPC, but I think for lore reasons they don't want to do that. Sometimes 4-link. Yeah, you can do that in the early stage, but gambling is just such a efficient way to get your 4 links. This guy does like a big slam. Just move when he does the slam. So I'll show you the slam here in a second. If he ever does it. That. You just move away and then just go back. Okay, and back to character. This is a very, very, very big quest because this gives you access to one of 2 really dominant golems. Stone Golem and Flame Golem. Chaos Golem is better later. Now, I like to take Flame Golem for the extra damage and AoE. New players, I recommend Stone Golem because you get more armor, you get increased armor, and life regen. I like damage for the campaign, so I always go with the damage approach. Example, I run Malevolence instead of running... I run Malevolence instead of Purity of Elements. It's just how I prefer. So I'm going to socket in the Flame Golem and activate it. If you don't have enough mana, you can always turn off an aura, summon the Golem, and then turn it back on. And our goal now is getting Divine Judgment and then doing Labyrinth. The best way to do this, there's a bonus skill point reward later in this area. So we're going to get that skill point, get the waypoint, and it's time to ascend to a Chieftain.
I cannot do this yet. Kitava's belly rumbles. He is hungry for me.
Now, in the mines level 2 here, there is going to be, I think it's called the Spirit of Deshret. The Spirit of Deshret is very important, and the reason it's very important is because it's going to offer you a bonus skill point. Why don't we ascend right away? You can. I just like to make it a little easier. That's why I explained I like to get the Divine Judgment node first, and Divine Judgment happens right at that.
CotA and Malachai,
If you are level 34 like me.
I honor that friendship.
I like getting the Golem. It helps a lot with the life regen for the newer players for Labyrinth. A lot of people die to the Labyrinth traps, and that's not fun. So the Stone Golem bonus life regen is a lot of help for newer players in Labyrinth. Remember, if your Golem dies, you will have to resummon it. You can see the Golem in the top left there. We're only going to use this for the campaign. I usually start ditching it later on into maps, so it's just basically for the early. YouTube voice.
Well, actually, the YouTube voice could be like this, and we could give the entire Righteous Fire commentary in this announcer voice. Unfortunately,
it's very taxing to do that voice. Okay, we're going to go ahead and claim our skill point located right here. From this point, we're going to go ahead and grab Divine Judgment. We're going to go ahead and vendor this other gear that we found.
Yes. Bye.
I'm going to deposit into my stash because I don't really need this currency anymore. We're not doing swaps as much. And remember these gems I said you should probably level? Yeah, you should probably level them. Mainly the Swift Affliction. Okay, now we're going to Act 3, like this. And we're going to go ahead and go into Aspirant's Plaza, like that. If you swiped your credit card and you did a little bit of pay to win, you can go to your hideout and you can enter like this. It saves you about 2 seconds. Okay, from here, we're going to enter Labyrinth. So from Labyrinth, I like to just go right. It's a labyrinth. There's not really a best way to traverse it. Typically, you know, if you're an older player like myself and you got gray hair, you pretty much just go right. I don't know why, it's just a thing that we did. So we just literally go to the right. So you just keep going top right as much as you can.
Trust completely, and may you find the ending that
You can also go to this website called PoElab.com. The website PoE Lab will basically teach you, not teach you, will show you the most efficient way to do the labyrinth.
The effigy, one defiles the Emperor.
Okay, Now, I can't guide you through everything this guy does because he's kind of randomized every day. The best thing I can tell you is don't tank anything that looks scary and just kind of keep moving around him. Frostblink gets a giant cooldown recovery rate if you hit a boss with it, which means you can actually Frostblink behind and forward. Basically, you can keep Frostblinking behind the boss. And I'll show you an example on the next one. From here on out, it's going to start speeding up. And what I mean by speeding up is we don't really get a lot of new gems. We're not switching gear as frequently, although you guys can because of the socket change. But there's not a lot of swaps happening anymore, right? We kind of got through most of the swaps.
Strikes without hesitation, slow to entertain.
So here, if you look, Frostblink, and then you dodged him, Frostblink, dodged him again, Frostblink, dodged again, right? You can keep kind of ping-ponging back and forth like this, and he'll almost never get to hit you.
Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
Hitting the levers here so we can go through. The nice thing about RF is we can run on the burning ground in Labyrinth and you don't really have to worry about it.
Go to Hilllock.
Okay. Oh, wrong way. Perfect.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, the empire awaits you with open jaws.
All right.
Is delight in your gilded dungeon.
First thing always, in case of a disconnect, touch this. Click Chieftain. Ascend. On the divine font.
Receive our blessing.
Zaro, can you shut up?
Embrace our gifts and rise, Ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Okay, so from here, you have a few things. I like to quality my Righteous Fire. If you're trying to make some currency, you can do the random transfer, like transfer of skill. You have to figure out what people want. It's not a currency making guide, so we're just going to go on. We're just going to go ahead and click. All right, good. Take this, and let's go onward. Now the fun part. The fun part. First, let me identify these. We got 8 life with fire res. Honestly, my current gloves are better. I'm just gonna say goodbye to all this. 80 life cold res. 80 life. It's kind of good, but I'm taking it.
Bring me back something nice, huh?
I lose some fire res, which means we lose some life regen, but it's more life. I want it.
Mate.
Okay, life is base damage. Okay. So what you do now is you can look at your resistances, and you see I have 178 fire, 43 cold, and 9 lightning. Well, I like taking Sallow Cleansing Water first, So if you take a look at my cold and lightning res, I'm now done. I never have to worry about resistance ever again in my entire life. So next lab, we get boom boom explode. I am now going to take this point and I am going up here towards holy fire. I get a lot of questions about what skills to use. You can use anything you'd like during leveling. When Fire Trap catches to effective level, it'll most likely be the most efficient. If you want to use Firestorm, you can use that. If you want to use Searing Bond, you can use that. I prefer using Armageddon Brand just for the application of combustion. It's not as mana intensive, and in general, it's just a cool skill. Won't change too much, it's just important that you follow the guide. The best thing you can do is understand why I do X thing and not just copy without understanding. That's why the notes section will help a lot with clarity.
People of the gutters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand.
We're gonna save our gold to gamble a 4-link for our Fire Trap when Fire Trap's at appropriate level. When we weapon swap and look at it, it's required level 31 and worth 36, which means it's catching up. Whereas the Armageddon brand right now is 34, so very soon we can swap to it. Always good to check your level compared to the zone. As long as you're within a few levels of the zone, you're okay. If you want to be the level of the zone, there's never any harm with that. You can always overfarm. There's a lot of mobs that appear in this zone, for example, you can see. I typically skip and just focus on blue mobs and rare mobs when I need. This is a fun part. You get to stand still for a second. Okay, Duresso. We don't have to worry too much on Duresso. We're pretty much just gonna bully him. If you want to be safe, don't stand in the swords. And when he does the fancy slash, just move like this. You just move around and you're okay.
I cannot carry this. Oriathans. How they loved it.
Reason I didn't pick up that shield is it wasn't 3-linked, which means I wouldn't be able to use it anyway.
There you go.
CotA.
Yes?
Yes. Bye.
Make sure you picked up the eye. We're now going to go forward. And we're going to comb.
The ancestors would weep to see what calm has created here.
Do you have the updated POV that includes this understart? Yup, it's been on the website. Make sure you always check my website, Pohx.net, for RF information. It's an easy place to compile all the information.
I cannot do this yet.
That way we don't have to go to random YouTube videos, look at a Discord link, etc. Written guide isn't updated yet. Mobalytics takes more time. It's just the nature of how the updates push. Yeah, it's because the Mobalytics, I have to directly import my POB, which means if I include a lot of text, and every time I re-import the POB, I have to redo all the text. So it's best to make sure the POB is not going to be touched for a little bit. Then I do the upload, and there's always little changes I make here and there, so it will typically be one of the last things that gets updated. Pohx made so many RF builds, I don't know which to use. Yes, you do. You go on my website and you click the one that says recommended. You got this, man. This could be an upgrade, but we would need to chrome it. I'm gonna just... Nope, that did not work. Okay. Getting close to comb here.
Join your ancestors.
Alright, for this guy, from one of these 3 locations, a lot of like fire spews out, so you might want to kite him away. Like you can see right now it's happening on the right. But with if you're RF, you can kind of just... Don't really have to worry. Alright.
Anything. What can we do for you?
Bye.
Just gonna alk it? It's bad. If it was good, I would save it and rechrome it, but
Take
doesn't
care.
matter. Okay. Do we get, I think I have to turn this in. I think we turn this in first. Okay. Now that we turn that in, I believe we can do a swap here. So you can take out efficacy and make sure it levels. So you want to put it in your offhand somewhere here. And we're going to grab increased area of effect, and we're going to use increased area of effect instead. I'm not going to put the efficacy and level it because for the remainder of the campaign, we're using increased area of effect. You don't swap back to efficacy until you get quality on your Righteous Fire. Might be a little different now because we get more quality in general, but that's usually my push for it. And you don't usually get quality on RF on League Start until Uberlab, which is like mid-80s to 70s, depending on your luck.
I cannot do this yet.
Perfect. Okay, next up we're going to Holy Fire. Wait, where did I don't actually know what this is. I went the wrong way. This is one of those new... Oh, it's for a Vol Gem. Okay. I tried RF build. I hit a wall, and I don't know what to do. Well, if you hit a wall, you've got the entire website to help troubleshoot you with the FAQ. You've got layered progression in the path of building that has a breakdown in the top right, step by step on what to do. There's an entire section on the website on crafting that's being overhauled for endgame crafts as well, and there's YouTube guides for most of them. Just take some time and look through the website. You'll get your answer. Now in this area as well, some of the mobs bleed you, and bleed does a lot of damage very early until we get our Cloak of Flame and a Pantheon. So if you get hit with a bleed, you want to make sure you hit a Life Flask, or just pay attention and kind of like, you know, don't move as much, because bleed does extra damage while you're moving. I think it's just about time we go Fire Trap as well. Like, we're basically, we are at that cusp. Let me just double check. Fire Trap just leveled, it's 35. We're gonna go Fire Trap, baby, it's time. Okay, so what I'm gonna do to make this swap is I'm gonna find the Gambler. Who do you gamble? Is it Tasuni here? Let me see. Who do you gamble at? Okay. I am gonna gamble for gloves, and that's because my gloves only have 1 gem on them, and it's Blood Rage, which is optional. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna gamble here, and our goal, I would recommend pure armor. I'm gonna run a different thing. I'm gonna run armor and evasion, and that's for Fire Trap. You can look at the links in the skills, and you can see what we're looking for. But first, let me go ahead and get a 4-link. 3-link? There's a 4-link. It doesn't have any stats, though. I'm just gonna use some extra gold. Okay, these are all kind of poopy. Okay, these are all very poopy. Okay, that one is very nice. So we're going to use this pair. Has a big life roll and has dual res. Unfortunately, the res is not the type that I need, but it's still very good. So we are looking for Fire Trap, Trap and Mine. Where's Combustion? Combustion and Life Tap that we can just go and grab right here. Okay, so now we have a few chromatics left. We are hoping to hit these desired colors. Again, you guys don't have to worry about it. Quality on Fire Trap's not even that important. You can do it if you want. So we're just hoping for green, green, blue, red. Sometimes you just get unlucky, and there's not too much you can do about it. Thankfully, you guys don't ever have to worry about this. You guys are blessed.
Yes?
Take care.
The chromes this run have been an absolute nightmare, you know that? Like a full-on nightmare. Can I use this at all? Is this possible? Not really, no. This is not really very good. We're gonna just put that to the side. We're gonna have to work on it. I guess one other thing I can do as kind of like a hope, I can try to gamble more gloves and see if I get lucky here. Let's see.
Amuse.
Did not get lucky. Okay.
Of course.
Check one more time.
Yes.
Just looking for chromatics in the vendor here. There's 1. There's 2.
Go where you are needed.
Let's see. Okay, I guess that's gonna have to do. These are not ideal links, but we can make them work. I'm gonna lose a bit of damage though. So this is gonna be Fire Trap, Life Tap, Combustion, and then we're just gonna go ahead and use burning damage for now, which again is not ideal, but it's just what we have right now. Trap and mine damage is significantly better than burning, but you know, here we are. So we're just gonna do that.
Watch yourself.
And we're gonna swap. Okay. All right. No more Armageddon brand. It's not needed anymore. We're officially fire trappers. So I'm just gonna trash Armageddon brand.
You've done well, Brute, but let's not get above ourselves.
Yeah, this is when I also like to switch to Skitterbot. So this is when I will drop my current aura now in favor of Skitterbot for more damage because I'm running Fire Trap. I'm not sure what the POB is showing. It might be Determ Purity of Elements, which is very, very good, by the way. Okay. Skitterbot can go here. I'm going to turn off my Flesh and Stone for now. Where are you at, Flesh and Stone? And turn on Skitterbot, and we are good to go. Oh, I forgot the recipe there. Oh, I can go back and get it. Cool.
Piety, betray me, and I will have your head. I cannot do this.
Wrong.
Simply gorgeous.
I also do not need the Mana Flask anymore because we're life tapped. So because we are life tapped, we can swap this with a Granite.
The ancestors demand it.
This boss is a little funky. You don't actually want to curse. If you curse them, they will eat the curse, gain bonus chaos damage, and almost one-shot you. So be warned on Dodre. Ooh, Ruby Flask. That's very good. That's going to be like another life flask for us.
You are free now, slave.
Exquisite.
It will. I don't know if it's better than a life flask for me right now, but it absolutely will be later as our recovery starts to pick up and our max health gets higher, etc. Okay, so you take these 3 items, you go to Piety, you click the black core, and now we fight Malachai. Few mechanics for Malachai you need to be aware of. There's a beam that goes like this to Piety. You don't want to get hit by that beam. It causes you to degen because, well, it's not going to cause you to degen, but it makes you take more damage from every source, including your own RF. So that is this right here. After you do damage to Malachai, Piety says, kill me. She's a bit masochistic. You kill her in game, of course. Then you got to go back to this phase. Then you got to go back to this phase again. And then if you're old like me, you press the up button on the standing desk. All right, perfect. Okay, from here, you're going to go into the Black Heart.
Let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
And now we get next phase Malachai. So when you do enough damage, he's going to jump to the hearts here. You break one, you go back to Malachai. Then go back to the heart. Break the heart. You kind of just keep rotating. These traps on the floor do damage, but you're RF, so you don't really care.
Nightmare is the true intent. Why are you so in love with death?
All right. Boss is dead.
They all
Act with
All right. Just a quick link or check. These are the passives I currently have. I may have missed one. I don't think I did. You can do a check all the way at the end to confirm if you've missed anything. Ever drop the armor brand? Oh yeah, I did. Uh-oh. See that freeze right there? You don't have to worry about that if you are playing with Purity of Elements. You cannot get frozen. I think it's in the corner over here. Darn, I forgot my shoes. The Granite Flask I have in my 5th Flask slot does a lot of heavy lifting on mitigating physical damage in the campaign. You guys still want a Granite Flask. Granite and Ruby are very good, but you'll have more armor than me because you don't have to wear random armor, energy shield gear, or armor evasion gear due to the socket change, which is a really nice change. Here we're clicking Holy Fire. The tree should look very similar to where you guys are at. Again, I don't follow the POB one for one. I kind of navigate based off of what I feel I need at the time. Sorry about that. I think it's more fun. I'm just gonna grab the fire res ring here. Let's see. Trash, 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 and trash.
It would be wrong to do that here.
Trash.
Cannot do this yet.
I'm gonna go down to that little mark over there. Also really want to get a green socket to get Blood Rage back, but would have to 4 socket my helmet. What do you think? Do we gamble the helmet or do we try to recolor the gloves with 3 with 3 chromes? The gloves should have hit, man. It's not that hard to get that outcome. Unlucky, dude. I missed the damage. We caught up to level of the zone. Very nice. This is actually a skill point to turn in here. Good.
Thank you.
And if you got a granite, take the ruby. If you got a ruby, take the granite. That's typically what I do. I got both, so I'm just going to leave it alone for now. So as for our skill points right now, I am going to work on taking sovereignty. Sovereignty is just going to make me a little bit more tanky. Although actually, no, I'm not, because I don't have any bonus sockets. Do I have... I do have flesh and stone. Okay, yeah, I have flesh and stone. So because I have flesh and stone here, I'm going to take sovereignty to get a little bit of extra on my flesh and stone, because I can't currently run it. Let me see here. I kind of want to see if we can get more sockets on this piece of gear. Let's go for 4. Oh. Hey, can't item level 35 roll more than 2 sockets? Am I cooked right now? Like, am I stupid? Because what's going on right now? I'm a little confused. Is that even possible? That RNG is actually incredible. That's very unlikely. Okay, let me go ahead and try to see if I can get... I guess colors over here would be easier. Let me just get 1 red here. Can I get 1 red? Okay, 1 red means we could do life tap with flammability, and then we can do frost blink here. So now I need 1 blue on this right here. You can have 1 blue, right? I'm actually so much in a currency detriment that I'm actually gonna buy a jeweler orb here. I can't. Like, why are you doing this to me, game? There's no way. Now I'm just being stubborn. Okay, there we go. Like, was that really that hard? I'm not doing any more. I don't trust it. So I still need a blue. Okay. Well, in a scenario like this, what we could do is we could just not run our skitterbot for right now, and I can put Blood Rage back. This is probably the most friction I've had in all of my campaign runs. This is wild, actually. I mean, that is incredibly unlucky. No? Incredibly unlucky. This does not happen to you guys. You guys don't go from 1 to 2 socket on a piece of gear with 10 jeweler orbs. That is not... No, you guys are exaggerating. Exaggeration. Nopers. Don't believe you guys. Nopers. No, I'm not falling for that. Nope. 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 Yeah, you fuck up your gear, exactly. I'm not fucking anything up, though. This is the game just being like, nopers. I have literally never seen a blue socket since 3.24, sir. Can you have guaranteed 1 blue with crafting at the bench? Yeah, but I never really feel the need to do that because of the way weightings in the game work, you know? It's a very low-level piece of gear, so it's unlikely that very unlikely. That is probably what I will do now, though, because I don't trust it. Man, my damage is really bad right now, though. We are not using the correct links on Fire Trap, and I don't have Skitterbot. This is, ooh. Not good. Not good is what this is. My damage is so bad. This is a nice area to farm XP or loot. Every time you see one of these like areas where you go up, there's guaranteed blue packs here. Why do I use both Quicksilvers at the same time? Because I'm giving commentary and I'm not always an efficient player like a racer. Sorry, bud. I can't be the guy you want me to be. Hey, a binding. That's pretty nice. Binding orb guarantees a 4-link. Oh, actually, we could go with new life flask here. This is a perfect time as well to make sure your offhands are filled up with gems to level. It's not a bad idea to grab purity of, fire traps. Good to fill up on a lot of fire traps in hopes that you hit a 21 in the future when you corrupt them. Boosts your damage a lot. Just imagine if this was 50% more damage. Woo! Do you think a staff could be more viable to use in RF builds? If that's the way you'd like to play, sure. Staff means no shield charge, and that's yucky to me. Okay, for this guy, there's a lot of stuff that you got to be a little careful about. So, that beam hurts a lot, as you can tell. You don't want to tank that. If you have a ruby flask, like this, you might be able to tank it. So just move around when he does the beam. Sir, in the YouTube chat, are you saying RF is bad at Breach, Blight, Beyond? Might be a little cooked there, bud. It's okay to have an opinion, but straight up incorrect information is not good, you know? It's bad to spread misinformation. That orb can do a lot of damage. You can portal out or hide behind the statues for that mechanic.
What in damnation have you done?
Okay. I'm gonna go back and vendor some stuff here real fast. The jewel doesn't really matter here. The chances of it actually being good is very, very, very low. I'm going to take these whetstones because we don't need them and sell them to get my wisdoms. 101 life on that ring. Yoink. Okay. I could actually switch to this helmet here. Problem is we need a blue and a green on it. Oh, these boots, though. Hello. 102 life dexterity with movement speed. Those boots are sick, but I lose movement speed. So I'm going to keep the boots here for now. They're very nice, though. I actually kind of want to use them. Yeah. I think what we do here is... let me see here. I'm just a little... I mean, okay, I'm going to use the boots because I want to get my skills back. So I'm going to put Flame Golem and Flesh and Stone here, Malevolence in the boots. And now that should be fixed. I did lose movement speed, which I never like. This helmet is much better than this helmet. So if I can hit 1 green... Okay, well, of course we cannot. You can go right there. Good.
Hello.
Okay. Like, did I forget something? Did I fumble something? Suffix. So we craft fire res on here. Buying wisdoms and identifying items in the vendor window that identifies everything for free is certainly a move. Hey buddy, in your playthrough, you play any way you want. If you're too poor to afford wisdoms, it's okay. It's not gonna hurt you. You know? Sorry, I had to sass you back because you sassed me a little bit, you know? Alright, let's craft fire res right on over here. And now we are good. Everything should be good. We have all of our skills now. Where did our Skitterbot go? Skitterbot. Perfect. Let's continue on with our campaign. Show me an RF build that does 250 million damage. How about, instead of just saying random stuff, you look at the RF content? Maybe you look at the RF build that was doing Reach Beyond in my YouTube? Because you're kind of taking up everyone's time in the chat, and we don't really appreciate that, man. I'm trying to help people who are interested in learning the game and not really trying to just, like, talk with haters. It doesn't accomplish anything, man. You're better than that. You got this. If you think you need 250 million damage to do some content, which may be correct, but not for Breach Beyond, you don't understand how Ramako Sun's Light works. And that is okay. It's always important to learn. Ramako Sun's Light is one of the strongest mapping nodes in the game because it strips everything's res to -20. It's one of the core mechanics why RF Chieftain can level so fast in maps when it has very little damage. Because Ramako strips all target res, ignores map mods, ignores fire res, ignores Ellie res. So those giga insane mobs that are normally crazy tanky are still tanky, but they don't scale as well against an RF Chieftain. Okay, so we have a few options. We can move to Acrimony for dot multi and less damage over time taken, or you can move down towards Prismatic Skin to get extra max res. These are both good choices right now. I am going to go ahead and move towards Acrimony for more damage. Okay. Into the ossuary. On the Mobalytics guide I saw it says RF doesn't scale as well as other builds. Is there a point you think it's good to switch? Yeah, so it really depends on what you're trying to do. RF can scale to do, I'd say 90-95% of most Atlas strats, but it gets more expensive than other builds. So I'd say like the 90 going block based with Righteous Fire in my POB is a good stopping point for players who don't play extremely long term, or, you know, struggle to make currency, or if you're brand new, etc. Right? At that point, you decide if you want to keep pushing the build to do more content, Or you can decide, you know, I've had my fun, I want to try something else. I'd say the 90 going block base is an efficient, a very efficient POB. As you get later in the POBs, they are still efficient, but compared to other builds in general, you will be paying a lot more for a lot less, but you will always retain your very limited button presses, your extremely smooth mapping, you know, very, very tanky, etc., right?
I cannot do this yet.
Think that I'm open about the problems? I'm very open about the problems. That's why when somebody... That is why when somebody starts to lie about things, I smite, you know? I smite them instantly. Because I'm extremely open about what RF is good at and what RF is bad at. Unfortunately, I would argue that RF gets a worse rep than normal because RF is typically played by a lot of new players. And a lot of new players, unfortunately, like to make a lot of excuses, and they will blame the build or they will blame the guide for their own failures, right? It's just a common thing people do, you know? Okay. Let's go down to Reliquary here. RF is a bad skill, but the build as a whole is good. Well, yeah, I mean, if you take it like one step at a time, the damage on RF is not very high, but that's why the guide itself is efficient, though. You know, Chieftain as an Ascendancy pairs extremely well with Righteous Fire because of how everything synergizes, you know? The second you take Righteous Fire and you play it on something else, it's not nearly as good. Why? Because you don't have the Chieftain explosion. So the reason we play Chieftain is Chieftain kind of doubles down as, number one, a very good beginner-friendly character because of the way the fire resist stacking works. Number two, the Ramako Sun's Light makes it very easy on map mods and is, I would say, very smooth because of this, you know? You don't usually just encounter mobs that are unkillable because of the way Ramako works. And then the next option is the Explode, man. I think we already said that, but you just can't beat the Explode of the Chieftain. Explode is just, it's just so good. Explode, yep.
No.
All right, let's go ahead and continue onward. So we are getting ready to fight Kitava. Kitava is going to be the act boss of this area, but more importantly, after fighting Kitava, it's going to lower all of your resistances. So if you take a look at your resistance right now, it's going to get lowered naturally by how the mechanic works. When you kill Kitava and at the end of Act 5 and Act 10, you're going to get hit with a resistance penalty. Mirror-tiered RF still can't stand fully Versium-juiced jumping spider. Pretty sure my life stacker was face tanking those, and it was at close to around the budget of a mirror. I'm not going to call you out specifically, but I will argue that I don't make all of the mirror tier guides, so I don't know who you were following, and I'm going to kind of just leave it at that. You know, it doesn't matter if you put a mirror into a build. If it's not built efficiently, it doesn't matter. I have seen builds that claim they are 2 mirrors of RF Chieftain, and they're weaker than my level 95 loadouts. So, it is what it is. PoE is a complicated game and a complex game. I mean, the life stacker I played last league with close to dot cap, 20,000 HP, with Defiance of Destiny and all the defensive layers. Ooh, I mean, that character had to try to die. It could AFK Ubers. How much damage is RF doing? Currently 10k. Do we level Asunder? Yep, this is the current recording for the YouTube guide. So once it goes live, which should be today, you can see everything and get started and start practicing. How is RF gonna work underwater? It's like the cinema and the, you know, like it's when you walk, all the water around you evaporates, you know? It's just the way it works, okay? It's too powerful. Is it worth using Defiance to sacrifice damage? No, not normally, but if you follow my build guides, it explains and shows you everything. It's all about, I know I repeat this a lot, but the best thing you can do is follow my build guides and understand why I do things. More importantly, watching the YouTube videos that go in hand with the build guides, because that's where a lot of my explanations lie. Okay.
Hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Darn, I got distracted. I gotta stop reading chat. I didn't explain any of the boss mechanics there. Sorry, boys. YouTube and Twitch chat. See you later. It's a YouTube recording.
Remember?
It all went downhill when I had to start explaining to that one guy, so... Alright, from here, we're gonna go to Twilight Strand. Now, over here, there's a quest where you want to go ahead and kill all of the mobs here. The reason you want to kill every single monster is it activates Lily. Lily is an NPC you can put in your hideout, and it's nice because what it does is it gives you the ability, kind of like Library, to buy every single gem. Except you can keep it in your hideout, and you don't really have to worry about going to other locations. You can see my sustain has really shit the bed. It's not very good right now at all, right? So to fix this, there are a few things. Number one, I can stop running Blood Rage. Number two, I could run Vitality. Number three, I can buy a ring called the Kikizaru ring, which you can see in the Path of Building notes. That gives you 3 life regen per level. Very, very strong. Number four, we can build more fire resistance on our gear. Number 5, we can go ahead and level up to, I think, 53, where we get Immortal Flesh, which gives crazy regeneration. Number 6, you can just overall have better gear with actual life regen rolls. I don't have any of that yet.
Nessa, farewell.
Oh, another option. You can stop running Fire Golem and you can run Stone Golem instead. Stone Golem will also assist you a lot. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna brute force it. Can I remove these passives? No. We're gonna... Is it because of Blood Rage, actually? What level is Blood Rage? 92 Dexterity. It is because of Blood Rage. Okay. What I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna remove the Blood Rage for right now. No more Blood Rage. Where are you? Okay. And I'm actually gonna remove these nodes. I don't need them anymore. And I'm gonna grab Acrimony. Now the reason I remove those is the amulet I have has like a double dexterity roll. So that gives me the dexterity that I need. That's why I decided to go with that route.
Come here, quickly.
Hello? Ma'am?
Your body has survived my gift. Now.
Okay. Over here, we're going to go ahead and focus on moving kind of like in the top rightish direction. There's a unique monster who drops like an eye that you need for the next zone. This guy right here. Or I guess that one over there. And then we can use this to go to the next zone. More than likely, try dropping Fire Trap to go Scorching Ray of Immolation. Unfortunately, Scorching Ray of Immolation is going to do no damage unless you set it up on a totem with specific breakpoints on FCR / totem placement speed / duration scaling from what I'm aware of. The easier one to plug and play is the Searing Bond of Detonation. You can see that on my website. There's no breakpoints needed. That works better than Fire Trap up to a point. Okay, I'm gonna take more damage over time if killed recently because I'm greedy. For here, when he goes invulnerable, you come over and you gotta kill these totems. All right. There's a tattoo you can claim here somewhere. I'm not gonna look for it. I think it's down here. Okay. Maybe this belt is an upgrade? Not really. What is your tooltip? 11k. Helm has good colors for Fire Trap. It does, but gives me no armor at all, which is really sad. I'd rather just throw 7 more chromatics at these gloves because they have to work at this point, right? Wait, is this a dead end, by the way? It is. Okay. I'm gonna chrome the gloves. There's no way they take 20 chromes and they don't even hit the colors, right? There's no way. There's absolutely no way that I'm this unlucky. It's illegal. There's no way. It's absolutely gonna happen. Okay, so I'm gonna try to get the correct colors, which you guys have had from God knows how long. So real fast. We're gonna get green, 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 red, blue. It was the next chrome, this game. Okay, sure. And where is my trap and mine? There we go. Don't need that burn damage anymore. That's a big boost to the fire trap because the burn damage support only works for the dot, whereas the Trap and Mine works for the initial hit and the dot. Over here we have another location for our Labyrinth. I think we skipped a few and that's okay. Maybe not, I don't remember. We can get it now, we can get it later. It looks like it's might actually be right over here, so we're gonna go for it before we go up on the floor. Here we go. Now, since our life regen is really bad, I want to be a little careful here. I'm going to be kind of reckless anyway, but it's just one thing to note. Around this time, like after you kill Kitava and you're in this act... Oh my god, did I not hit the lever? Not like this. I was going to say, this is like when you're at your weakest in your sustain if you haven't bought any gear. Ooh, a little spook.
Belief is the
Oh no, we're good.
strongest metal of them all.
Are there any gems you recommend matching the colors in the campaign?
I cannot do this.
So, I don't want new players to feel like they need to now juggle colors again, right? So at the very least, just do your RF so you get quality. Other than that, it's hard to say exactly what I'd like. Me myself, I'd probably go for a red for shield charge and a green for faster attacks. Off the top of my head, nothing else is really clicking that's that important. You want to match your golem, I guess you could. Not sure. But I don't want to create more socket pressure when this patch was meant to alleviate socket pressure, right? Is Frostblink travel distance? Frostblink's okay. Very minor. Very minor. It's going to get 5% distance. Got a blue pack? It is.
Not you! On my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again!
This guy hits really hard if you don't have a lot of armor. So I just try to dodge. He's kind of like Brutus. Does like the triple slam. Then after you get him low, Shavron pops up. When Shavron goes into the air... and that's scary. When she goes into the air, she does a slam as well. So you want to move away from that. Then Brutus comes in second phase. Oftentimes he hooks right away. Otherwise he does this. Usually.
This world is dull and ugly. An imperfect feast of sights, feelings, and smells that repulse and depress. Yet amongst this deformity, I have found my sublime calling.
I am going to move down to grab Prismatic Skin to help with my sustain issues.
I have been gifted with a special sight. Before me lies a blueprint of perfection.
Normal RF campaign takes how long? Depends on your skill level. Some people can do it in 4 hours, some people take 40 hours, you know? The reason we didn't exit there is because we want to look for the boss here, which is Aberath, this guy right here. This guy does a lot of damage. Frostblink has cast speed. You mean Wintry Blast? This guy here, well, I guess he died too fast in that phase, so I couldn't really say anything. Over here, I like to just kind of throw fire traps and walk around. It kills all the goats.
I cannot do this yet.
Now, here, he summons a lot of meteors, and he does this, like, stompy thing. When he does this right here, he has very high damage reduction, so just focus on running. And then when that ends, you can just punch him in the face and he falls. That's a skill point. Okay. Next up in Western Forest, we're just going to go ahead and kind of shoot all the way through here. What I'm actually going to do now, because I'm a little I kind of want to go a little faster, so we're going to take a little bit of degen here. And we're going to take Blood Rage at level 1, because Lily sells level 1, and I'm going to drop this gem here. We don't need it anymore. And now we have Blood Rage back, so we can degen again. Hell yeah. Okay, at this waypoint, I like to go up here. And there's a boss. If you saw that weird thing that I hit, don't worry about it. I typically ignore it. It's called Delirium. I skip most League mechanics in the campaign. You can absolutely do them to just learn. I'm gonna pick up this belt in hopes to alch it. Although the life roll is kind of minimum, so never mind. Wait for a new belt. My current belt has basically nothing on it. That's why I'm looking for a new belt. How's my shield? Oh, actually shield has life. Alright, so over here, we're just going to go ahead and burn this. You do take a degen here, so be a little careful. All of this is poison damage. Or chaos damage. We don't have a lot. No one really has chaos res at this stage, so it's a little spooky. And then on this boss, I like to just play a little bit away. When she aims at you, frost blink to the other location. That way you can dodge most of the damage. Maybe don't go back to where you were because there's some persisting effects. Okay, she's dead. Open up a portal. I'm gonna clean out my inventory really quickly.
Good tidings to you.
I'm gonna check if there's leather belts in the shop here. Oop. Sure. Grab my skill points. Grab another skill point from here. Grab another. Is it another skill point? Yeah. Then what I'm gonna do now is he offered a helmet reward. I would take pure armor here. ID. Hope it's good. Mine is okay at best. I do get more recovery, so I'm gonna take it. The reason I get more recovery is I can craft fire res here, and that's a little bit extra life regen. So I'm gonna just do that for 1 elk. Of course I get minimum, but that's okay. Swap this. Then I'm gonna check my stash. I have some elks, so I'm gonna bring those out. Just gonna clean up the inventory again. Okay. Come back over here. Of course, they would have no leather belts. Why? Why do you... GG, why do you do that to me? Okay, I'm just gonna go peek a previous act really quickly just to try to update my gear. Alright, so this has 34 life. Boom. And it's technically a tiny bit better because I can craft life on it. Tiny bit better. Oh, it's full prefix. Just kidding. Okay, so we're gonna swap it. It's not really better, but here we are. All right, with these points, we're going to prismatic skin, and I'm gonna just end the delirium now. Gotta turn my aura back on here. Make sure you're always in stone stance. And blood rage.
I cannot do this yet.
We're going to be ascending towards the beginning of the next act. So we've got a little bit to do still in this one. And then we get to Ascend, and we get the juicy Inakora explosions. Where's the... Here it is. Is there any value for power charges on RF? No, not unless you're doing some weird mechanic I'm unaware of. Power charges at a default don't provide us with any benefit. And I'm not aware of any special modifier that would be worth sacrificing in favor of them. You'll see tinctures on the filter. They're not needed at all. I've just kept them at the request of other people who like to sell them, but they're not needed whatsoever. They don't really provide anything for us.
The Brand King. His time has almost...
The new gem color changes will be fantastic across the board. It's way better for everyone in the campaign. It'll speed up campaign times for everyone. It will add a bit more min-max to endgame because of the way the colors work, because you're going to be one of matching like colors. It'll give you some more power creep in the campaign due to early quality. So for us, we'll have like a larger Righteous Fire. So overall, it's a very nice change, very welcome change. Here's Prismatic Skin. We're sitting at 82 fire res right now. The next point I like to take is actually that Mastery. And what that Mastery is going to do is it's going to make us effectively immune to Corrupted Blood. Corrupted Blood is a physical damage degen. And in general, we don't want to deal with degens on Righteous Fire because our main source of recovery is regen, aka regeneration. Here we just got a little escort mission. You got them in every game. Got to escort the little totem pole.
On a side note, this is a great time to talk about an idle game I've been obsessed with. It's not a sponsored ad, I genuinely am just addicted to it. It's called Idle Obelisk. If you're in my Twitch stream, you can use the !obelisk command. I usually am rotating some form of idle game. I've played through Melver Idle way too many times. Milky Way, I mean, you can just name it and I've probably played through it. NGU Idle was a recent addiction of mine, but thankfully we got out of that.
Sorry, there's no obelisk command in YouTube right now. It's just in the Twitch stream. It's like, how do I say this? When I find a mobile game I really like, which is almost exclusively always an idle game, actually is literally always an idle game, I contact the dev and just try to set up like a fun... It's not even really like a sponsor because I don't get anything out of it. Like at the most I just get packs in game, but I intentionally say like I don't want money because then it's just nice and simple, you know? The camera is blurrier on YouTube for some reason. I don't know, couldn't tell you. YouTube streaming is kind of just a bonus. I don't want to spend too much troubleshooting for it unless something is critically wrong. I think YouTube actually has more bitrate. I prefer YouTube because there are 1,000 less ads. That's fine. YouTube makes me 1% of my income and Twitch makes me 99%, so I have to, pay more attention to that program or that platform. Why do you play RF so late and not in Act 2? The guide will cover everything and explain it. It's more efficient to play this way. Being able to instantly rewind streams on YouTube. You can do it on Twitch too. I think you just need to sub. Using your Twitch Prime removes ads. That's true.
If you want to support a streamer, you can always use that Twitch Prime to remove ads and support the streamer as well.
For more info on the leveling, everything will be explained once this YouTube video is uploaded, and then I will just forward people to this video of leveling. So at this point here, I'm going to take the Mastery for Corrupted Blood Immune, and I think now I'm going to plug in some life nodes. So I'm thinking probably going to take Devotion. It's also about time I think we get ready at some point to respec these 3 points to loop around here, but I'm just going to wait on that. This is the first league of me trying this new leveling, so I'm not going to have everything perfected right away. The POB, like I said, will be slightly different. Still the same end result. It's okay.
I cannot do this yet.
So strong. So dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see?
Okay. This boss, Brine King, has some fun mechanics. I'm going to teach you the swimming tech. Unfortunately, my gear is too poo-poo to do the swimming tech, but I'm going to show you so you can deploy it. So first, when he does this shell thing, just move away. He gets big DR. Damage reduction, you can't hurt him. When he comes to the middle and does this phase, if you have a lot of life regen on your character, you can actually sit inside the water here. You won't degen, and you dodge all the storm calls. So an example, it'd be like this. This is not good for me because I don't have the sustain for it, right? Okay, this is a very big kill for us. And the reason why is this gives us access to our Pantheon, Brine King. Right here. This is our preferred Pantheon for quite a while because it's going to provide us with stun protection so we cannot get chain stunned. And furthermore, it's going to help assist with freeze immunity later on down the line because I don't currently have that. And later on when you do the swap and you drop Purity of Elements, you're going to want it. Just going to try to alch another belt here real fast. Look at that juicer. No fire res. Let's degen even more. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to clean up my inventory here just a little bit. It's getting a little messy. Don't need that. Don't need that. Good. Don't need you. Don't need you. Or you. Let's go. There is no buff for RF. RF receives single target buff in the form of other skills. Remember that life is life is damage for your righteous fire. How do you destroy your item so quickly? Drag it off the screen and then hit enter when it prompts you. So like, you see this wand? Oh, okay, well I'm in a... Okay, in town you would click it and then it prompts you and you just hit enter and you're good. Would you not gamble for a better scepter? I've never had luck with scepter gambling, and it's okay to have a poo-poo weapon. As you can tell, like, my damage is still totally fine for where we're at in the campaign. I'd rather gamble other pieces of gear, personally. Okay, I'm gonna click devotion.
I cannot do this yet.
How do you switch tabs without clicking? It's most likely arrow keys. You played Clicker Villager. Haven't heard of that one, no. Are any league mechanics in particular worth to interact in the campaign? Some people farm Delhi in the campaign to sell niche clusters. I'm not really sure though. Okay, so in the crypt here, we have two objectives. Number one is completing the Labyrinth trial, which is located right here. And number two is going through and getting the quest item for the next location.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night.
How do you make guides so well and so organized and professional? I treat it as my job. Okay, Malagaro's map is exactly what we need. Perfect. From here, we're going to go ahead and go up this time, over here. I treat it as my job, but more importantly, I genuinely like to help people. You'll see a lot of my content is aimed towards this. And the more organized the content is, the more I feel comfortable and okay with telling someone, read the guide, or go to this section of the website, or go here. And normally, I would get upset at myself if I was getting, 500 questions a day. Let's be real, it's much more than that. And I didn't have a good way to answer them. It makes me frustrated, not at the users, but at myself. So having a nice, organized place that I can send people gives me like a sense of, not satisfaction, but like it's not going to come back to bite me in the ass, I'm not telling someone to like go on YouTube and search for this exact thing, then watch the video, and that roughly 2 minutes in you'll see the swap, like I don't like that. That's not really what I'm aiming for. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and put the map over here in the device. This is a mimicked layout of the Chamber of Sins in Act 2, which means we know exactly which way to go once we're done with this. And to clarify, I will explain when we go out. Here we want to just kind of traverse these to go across. Okay. Malagaro has a few mechanics. Don't stand in front of him when he does the purple stuff. You want to move. He spawns an ad when he gets around this low. It'll die really fast. I don't really know what it does. It just dies very quickly. Then he pops up again. Burn him down. Dodge that. That's kind of like a slam attack. Move over here. It's where the next ad spawns. Okay. Now he does this thing where he goes into a bunch of clones. Just move around and press your life flask. If it ran out like mine, then don't be bad like me, you know? Okay, from here, we're just gonna portal back, talk to Sin, get the key, and we're gonna go the way of the waypoint just like we did before. And this will be the exit right here. More importantly, this is our last trial needed to ascend and acquire
our explode.
Oops. There is a campaign guide for Elementalist RF. I have some VODs maybe or videos of me doing. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't recommend LERF, so my focus is not that. I don't think it's very good at all. In general, you can always just copy my resources and apply it to Elementalist, and it will work. This build is viable for people who have 3 fingers, 1 foot, and a brain cell. You'll be totally fine, man. Just take your time and follow the guide. From here, we want to go ahead, grab our bonus skill points. Do we have any, actually? I might not have any yet. I think we get it after. Do we get one from Whalem? No, not yet. Okay. So what we're going to go ahead and do right now is we're going to go get ready for Labyrinth. Ooh, 127 life with cold res. That's juicy, man, but I need fire res. Like, I want to use this, I do. It's just that my recovery is so bad. I mean, I guess I get 6.8 life regen. Our damage is really good. Our recovery is not so much. Damn, those are really good too. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Getting ready to go do Aspirant's Plaza. Here we go.
The goddess is
just to check, my level is 52. This is 55. So we're a little under leveled. Good time to remember hydration break. Okay. I need to not use Blood Rage here. Blood Rage is degenning me far too much for the current stage of my character progression. Nightmare doesn't need serious investment unless you're trying to kill the bosses.
Strength to one's enemies. Show me your resolve.
RF can handle all of your basic bossing just fine. 2 stone is very, very easy. You do it in basically life res gear. Maven and the other guy require a bit more gear. The POB in the going block based is set up so you can face tank most of the mechanics. So that is where I'd say most newer players are going to be getting their 4 stones. My recovery is probably the shittiest it's ever been too. Holy.
I cannot do this yet.
This right now is a great time to buy Immortal Flesh on League Start. Immortal Flesh is one of my personal recommended #1 item purchases. Oh, look at that, a permanent replenishing shrine. I take it back, my recovery's fine. I'm gonna use Blood Rage again. My lack of recovery is because I don't pick up a lot of gear, because we don't have the updated socket change yet. And just naturally, my gear has a lot of life, but very little res / life regen. In a league start scenario in the new league, you can pick up like 15 times more gear, more than that. So you can constantly pick and choose between what piece of gear you want to use, based off if you want more life or if you want more life regen. Filters are typically updated the day of the league. Fire res naturally is more valuable. If you're past res cap, it doesn't matter. 1 fire res is 1 life regen. So if you're giga res capped, you know, what's better? 100 fire res or 120 life regen? 120 life regen is slightly better, right?
Make your mark. You are inexhaustible.
Alceron, thanks for the raid. We don't have too much chat activity right now. We're doing our big recording for YouTube. Just now finishing our Cruel Lab. So perfect time for people to watch who are tuning in. If you want to see what RF looks like on a league start, we are just now getting Explode. Did someone link Dreamcore's video? I cannot watch a video when I'm in the middle of a recording, friend, but thank you. I think we're gonna move on into this section here. I think one mistake, I think I want to grab Purity of Flesh. Maybe before, I'll leave it alone. My health is obnoxiously high right now, so go for Holy Dominion. Just gonna skip that, we don't need to do that.
Aspirant can afford to be promised.
Okay, this should be big for us.
You must navigate your empire through troubled waters.
It's not recommended to league start anything other than Chieftain these days for RF, unless you're transitioning to something else. Inakora is far too strong and valuable of a node. A 20 Chaos Chieftain will clear better than a 20 Divine Inquisitor, and it's not even close. Okay, hit the altar. Turning in our keys, skipping all the unique drops. And I'm just going to take quality for RF. Now we're going to take our Hinakora, a good node. Why does RF burn me when I have Cloak of Flame? You should be following the build guide to see the other pieces of gear at that level. You're probably lacking a lot of recovery or just ditching part of the guide, and it's okay, people make mistakes. You should at least, at the very least, explain your level and tell us where you are in the path of building. If you want people to help you, you need to provide specifics, right? And here we can see the beautiful Inakora explosions. Okay, that's a big node because that gives us our bleed immune. So I'm just gonna take our Rislatha, Relikesh. That makes it so when we're moving, we don't take extra damage from bleed, so bleed basically doesn't do anything anymore. So something changed. No, I still don't know what level that person was. Maybe I misunderstood because I'm kind of doing the recording, but there's a lot of things people make mistakes on and don't really talk about it, so it's hard to help people sometimes. When you're just starting out, I think the guide recommends about 135 fire res. 135 fire res is good for starting out. Not gonna lie, boss damage seems low. See, first they talk about life regen issues and then they talk about boss damage, so I don't know, I'm confused, because if you look at my current playthrough, if I bought one piece of gear, my life regen would go up by 300, and I think all bosses die in a few seconds. So, you can only help those who are willing to learn. Say RF boss damage falls off. Maybe if you're running like very odd tier 10 maps, like with a lot of like very yucky mods, right? The other option would be like when you're in T14, T16, usually. Yellow is only if you have like weird mods like Life as ES, Life, Curse Resist, etc. Ziggurat doable. Everything is doable, but trying to do T17 content on a budget with a build that doesn't specialize in single target is not ideal. If you're going to be trying to do T17s early on, you should be using, what is it, the Bisection Scarab or whatever it's called to remove the mods. This lockbox here for the Kashara Star is a skill point. If you're ever confused, go to my website FAQ, search League, and you can see the League mechanics it's good at and it's bad at. You can just wait till I'm done with the run and we can talk about it then, man. But I promise you, I don't need to see numbers. I can tell you what is good for Righteous Fire and what is bad by sensing its presence. That's how much I've played it. This is one of the yucky layouts right here. We're trying to kind of make it to the middle. The reason we want to get to the middle here is because we get the waypoint.
Approach, challenger.
I follow the guide, but some things make me confused. Sure, I can try to help you if you're very specific. But I think it's been close to 5-10 minutes. I don't know what level you are still. Maybe I missed this, but I can only help if you help me. Alright, let's go ahead and go over to the waypoint. Perfect. Now from here, we can go back and we can go grab some skill points. Actually, hold that. We're going to go to Northern Forest first. This over here, we're going to go ahead and do Fireflies. Yeah, we're going to do the Fireflies first. Got to collect 7 of these Fireflies. for the raid, friend. Okay, this is the last one here, right? Yep. Alright, so this boss right here does a lot of damage. All you have to do is just not stand still. So you just move like this, and then you don't get hit by those little things. Okay.
So, always keep your eyes on the horizon. The end of learning is the beginning.
And here are our skill points. I think am I missing one? I might be missing one.
Hello?
Greetings.
Oh, there we go, Relic Ash.
The spirit.
Okay.
Go with the spirit.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and make my way into Templar for some bonus res, which at this stage is basically just giving us some life regen. I'm gonna take Amplify and Discipline and Training. Big life node. So we are on our way to Icicle. If you're playing hardcore, it's a good time to take these two nodes. Get a little bit of Chaos Res. Chaos Res is good because we don't have much of it, and Icicle does, I think, physical and chaos damage primarily. There's a lot of talk about Scorching Ray, and the nicest way possible that I can explain this is there is not a soul alive who wants to stand still and channel in Path of Exile. It doesn't fit the pace of the game. Scorching Ray totems, specifically Scorching Ray of Immolation totems, and Searing Bond of Detonation, are good candidates to use instead of Fire Trap. Both come with their own downsides and pros. The totem setup for Scorching Ray is going to rely on breakpoints to understand correctly, which means 90% of people don't know what the heck they're doing, unfortunately. So I would wait on that until a guide comes. Searing Bond of Detonation is already on my website and talked about last league. That one is not bad to use if you don't like Fire Trap. So just go search it for a bit. We can talk more about this when we're done with our run. A lot of Path of Exile players have this problem where they're sired to Path of Building, and Path of Building is a great tool to use to improve your build and understand the game. But Path of Building does not provide you with how the build functions. And the reason why this is important is because maybe you look at a Path of Building for a Slammer build, and it looks cool, but you don't realize that you have to press 8 keybinds constantly. And if you fuck it up, you do very little damage. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not. I don't play a lot of Slammer builds, but I know that they're more button heavy, and a lot of people don't like this stuff, you know? It's just the way it works, right? On numbers, everything always can look good, and in fact, on numbers, RF looks bad. But then the gameplay does not always have a direct reflection of that. So, prime example, a Slammer might have 20 million damage on a budget, and RF might have 2.5 million. But RF is, you know, one button clear, and will have better clear because of Ignite Proliferation. I will do 10 times less boss damage, and there's no sugarcoating that, but even though the Slammer has 10 times my damage, it doesn't mean he clears faster at all. In fact, there may even be some encounters where I kill a boss faster due to the way Hinokora works. It's just the way it kind of is, right? I understand this is not the goal of the recording, but isn't it possible to level with slams and switch to RF? That is actually the entire point of this recording. You should rewind and look at the Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. Why don't you use RF skins? Well, to not confuse people, I like to just run everything the way it is. Okay. Aracali, we're just going to kind of dance left and right. So once she looks at us, we just move to the other side. And then we just kind of do the same thing. RF damage is always very good at the beginning. Like I was saying before, primarily it starts to fall off in about T14, T15, T16 maps. That's the big drop-off. That's where you get your Hinochlora set up, with your Chain Explodes, your Ignite Prolif, and you're good to go. And then you just work on your boss damage and follow the PoB. The reason multi-totem is used in Searing Bond of Detonation is for quality of life. Nobody wants to manually place 5 totems, assume the target is still standing still, and then have the 5th totem detonate. So, it's important to have quality of life baked in. This is a prime example of talking about just numbers, as PoB is a good reflection of this. So do most builds? Sure. But that's not the point. The point is RF is always associated with bad damage. But it's not bad in the campaign at all. It's just false.
Good to see you. Stay out of the shadows.
People are always surprised when they see the campaign runs because the damage is not what they would expect. Most people, they just associate RF with slow and bad damage, right? So here in the sewer, there's a lot of degens. So if your life regen is shit like me, then you want to make sure that you are popping your life flask constantly and or keeping the ruby flask on. I'm sorry, man, but you cannot convince me to not use the multi-totem link. I implore you to play the game the way you want, and I will continue to play it the way I want. This is a brick wall of quality of life versus damage. I will always take quality of life. That's why I play Righteous Fire. Okay, from here we are coming to Dodre. Dodre is a boss that does very heavy physical, so if you are not keeping up with your armor bases, she's going to hurt a lot. YouTube chatters, just as a reminder, I am not trying to chat right now. We're doing a YouTube recording. It's very hard for me to have conversations right now. Do not upgrade gear. Pre-socket change, it's very difficult to. Amplify is a really nice node for area. Don't curse her? No, you can curse this Dodre, just not the other one. If you notice you're getting too high on stacks, you click this and it cleanses your stack. There's 3 different stacks, red, purple, and green. I think red makes you take more damage. Green makes you... One makes you take more, one makes you move slower, and one makes you deal less. I always like to go the right area from there and not the left area. You always want to make sure you're looking for this bridge here, so you can take this Ankh. You need this Ankh for a skill point. It's not Ankh, sir, it's Ankh. It's Ankh. You've never heard of
an Ankh of reincarnation.
Never heard of that before? Any Warcraft players? It's an Ankh of reincarnation, bro. Never played any Warcraft 3 ladder? Is that in WoW too? Do they have a skill in WoW called the Ankh of reincarnation? I don't play WoW, that's why I'm curious. I'm just Warcraft 3. Ah, that's cool. 30-minute passive. Oh, wow. That's cool. So, this resurrection site is where we essentially use the Ankh here. If you don't have the Ankh, then you cannot do this fight. I'm getting hungry. What's our plate? Wait, this is actually pretty good, no? All things considered. With all the explanations and stopping? I mean, for like a YouTube playthrough, I think this is pretty good. Might be a little too fast for them. Whoops. Funny weapon. So we're going back now to up here. The reason we're going up here is this is how we get to the next zone. It's not a full clear. For once, it's not. You can see the explosions are doing really heavy lifting right now. It's very nice. $50 monsters remain. In this area, you want to make sure you look for the dead corpses as they lead you on how to get to the next area. You're also looking for a lineup of gemlings. So you see here, this is where we're going. So over here, where that book is my favorite quest. You see the homies right there? So you give each one a fire trap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not saying those two last ones. All right, we got a skill point. No problem. Then follow the corpses and continue on. We can go and claim a quick skill point. Two skill points? 2 skill points, actually. One from the gemling.
Tell me something. Don't do anything I would.
And the other one from the Ankh, as you guys know. Okay, just gonna vendor these real fast. Get them out of my way.
You're looking sharp. Good luck to you.
And I'm gonna take Retribution for now. The setup is pretty nice. You're still using the same scepter and shield. Yep, pick this up off the floor in Act, I don't know, 2. Crafted fire damage. And bought this shield out of the vendor. Had 60 life, and that's all we need. Obviously, in the new patch, it will be much easier for you to acquire gear. But since we don't have the socket change, and I don't like extending the campaign runs, I can just go with what we have. You know why? Because RF's very good in the campaign. Where are we going, by the way? Yeah, you don't talk about the chromatics. The chromatics, they're not my friends. So in this area here, we want to find a waypoint before we get to the next floor. And the reason why is you're going to have to backtrack if you don't. So goals, find the waypoint. There it is. Perfect. Now we can go one of two areas. We can continue on, or we can go to the second floor. I'd like to go to the second floor, so that's what we're going to go ahead and do. I guess it's downstairs, technically. I'm going to go ahead and go down to Sanctity. This will be a much, much stronger node when you guys have actual armor gear. Right now, I don't have too much armor, so it's not going to benefit me too much. You there. Alright, for this guy, when he casts Scorching Ray, you assert dominance and stand in it and press a Ruby Flask. Because you're the real Righteous Fire player, not him. Gotta show him Scorching Ray is poo-poo. Okay. Let's go ahead and go into Solaris. So go to that waypoint, you remember the one we unlocked, and go the opposite way you were going before. So from here, we're just going to move on to the next zone. Doesn't really matter too much. Drink water. That's a great reminder, thanks. Okay, from here, oops, we're just going to move to the next zone, and we're going to have to come back here, but it's okay because we have the waypoint. This is actually where you do the final fight of this campaign, or sorry, this act. It's actually in the Sky Shrine here. Sky Shrine? Is that really what it's called? To fight that, you need to get the Sun and the Moon Orb. We only have the Sun Orb. We need the Moon. So our goal now is to go in here and acquire that item. Then there's going to be one more thing we can do, and we can do that right now. So we're going to make a little detour, and we're going to go back to the bathhouse, which I guess we've technically never been in. If you went left here at the toxic conduits, then you go here and then here. But this is actually a useless zone, and you don't ever need to go there, right? So now that we're in the bathhouse, we're making sure we're all clean, everything's good. There's a lab trial you can do here. I'm going to skip it because I don't need to do it. I'm not going to do Merc Lab for this because you guys know how it works. We are going to try to get out of here to go to the High Gardens. Now, the reason we're in High Gardens is the boss here, known as Yugo, gives you a bonus skill point. This area is notoriously known to kill hardcore players who are not geared, because those porcupine explosions do a lot of fizz damage. This is why I'm trying to keep the granite flask up the whole time in here, because I don't have very good gear, and those porcupines will be very, very angry. Actually, they changed it for a guaranteed unique if you press a button in both Lunaris and Solaris. That's too much work for me. I'll just go get a guaranteed unique in the first map I run. Okay. Here's the Pools of Terror. Any POB to check progress. It's a YouTube campaign run. I can't really make POBs. I'm confused. That's what the whole guide is for. On this guy, after you do about a third of his life, he splits, right? When he, oh boy, that's a lot of damage. When he splits, there's a bunch of adds here. I typically just kite him out like this, bring him into the fire trap. This guy can do like a big, like he can kind of bump you and then hit you. So I never stand by a wall when I fight him. I try not to because he can catch you off guard. Yugle!
So it was that blood.
Okay, there's the skill point.
Stay out.
Now we're going to go back the other direction. I'm going to go ahead and pick up Purity of Flesh. If you need assistance with where you're supposed to be in the campaign, if you use my Path of Building, in the top right location that's shown in the beginning of this video, there's the loadout feature, and you want to make sure you crank the loadout to where you are. So this character is just about to be 60, so you can take the loadout, click it there, and see where your gear should be. Okay. From here, we're going to go through Lunaris Temple and go find the last person until... well, the last person required to basically finish the campaign, or this part of the campaign, to fight the boss. I don't like the whole, like, talk to an NPC. Like, you guys, some of you guys have to be trolling, man. Do you guys memorize every single NPC in each act at who can identify your gear? I can't. Like, I don't even have the patience to, like, look at each person. I drop wisdom and I use wisdom. That's what wisdoms are for. Hey, look! 3 blue, 1 red. A potential upgrade. It has no life and no fire res. I mean, it's still better, though. It's way higher armor. I'll take it. You know what? I'm gonna chaos it. 52 life and fire res. Okay, that's my upgrade. Don't chaos it. I'm just doing this because my gear is extremely bad for where I'm at. Your gear will not be this bad. You remember who sells gems? It's that person. Is it actually that person every time?
I cannot do this yet.
I feel like last time I followed info for this, I got baited. Oh, so also there's a bug. If you change zones, you can't... if you change your gear in the zone, sometimes you can't turn your RF on again. So you have to refresh the zone. It's weird. Oops. Trade League prices, do prices for BIS RF gear go down? BIS is a strong term to use in Path of Exile where you're basically spending mirrors. I don't typically play RF to that extent and couldn't really answer that question. I will tell you the average gear in general for every build, it's over here, go down over time because there's a big market for selling those items early league, and then as people re-roll into other builds or those items aren't as important anymore, they lose values. Right? Not even RF Scion. I mean, in RF Lifestack and RF Scion, I put about a mirror in, But if we're talking about BIS, it's a, like... No, I don't think a lot of people understand what BIS means in Path of Exile. Like, BIS, in regards to mirrors, is like an infinite amount of mirrors, you know? So it really depends on what stage we're talking about, right? That's why BIS is a very difficult term to use. Some people use the term BIS and they're just like trying to accomplish like 4 stones. So they say like, I have BIS gear for that, but BIS in a more global explanation is harder to say, right? So for this guy, when he does that power shot, just move, it does a lot of damage. And then there's also people who play Standard League. So in BIS to them is like each piece of gear has to be 36 mirrors, or it's not even relevant, right? So it's a tricky question to answer. People need to be very specific. Always in Path of Exile, if somebody wants to get help, as specific as possible, right?
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, here you have the Sun and the Moon boss. You damage one, then they go away. Then you damage the other. Fight in a circle. Don't stand in mechanics. There's a lot that goes on. Don't stand in the fire beam. At some point, a bunch of comets are going to rain down, and there's going to be like a checkerboard. Just basically don't get hit by anything, and you're going to be golden. Right? We have really high damage. There's the comments. We have really high damage, so it's hard to see a lot of the mechanics, but do your best to dodge and you'll be okay. If you're more tanky, you know, because you're following the POB, you take a few hits. Holy. I love when the explode hits well, man, and the XP bar goes up by like 10%, you know? Like here, right here? Oh. How many acts do we have left? 3? Or 2? 2. 2? I always forget. Curious when I get to reward myself. This is 9? Nice! I don't know why, but I always forget. Just after a certain point, it just kind of becomes like I know what I have to do, but I forget what boss is associated with what act. I don't know why. Like, I know this is the act where we fight Shakira, and we fight, like, the lady with the feather, the sand lady, and, you know, the amalgamation known as Dodre. But I always forget what act to associate it with for some reason. Shakira. Yeah, she doesn't lie, man. That's her name. Dementia? The stupid scorpion. Yeah, that's Shakira, man. Don't call her stupid. That she wouldn't like that. What is your fastest YouTube campaign video?
My mana is gone.
I don't know, but I feel like in this one, I spent a lot more time explaining compared to the normal ones. And I'm pretty happy about that, to be honest with you. Maybe 5.5 hours? Just, it shouldn't be too hard to check. There's not that many of them on YouTube. This is Betrayal. You can do Betrayal if you want. It can give pretty decent gear on the Unveil mechanic. Did we get the waypoint here? We did. Okay, we're gonna have to come back. We missed a lot in that zone. I'm just gonna go ahead and go forward and get the next waypoint here, and then we're gonna go back. There's a mandatory quest we have to do there. Okay, then we go back. We forget the Act 5 Kitava incident. Wait, what happened there? Was that when the socket thing was... Yeah, that's when the sockets were being goofy. There's also the Chrome incident. When did that happen? Okay, here we go. So we are looking for this storm-weathered chest here. Also gonna alch this helmet, because it's the right colors for me. Bada boom. It's not good. He forgot dementia. That was the same incident. Oh, okay. Damn, I have dementia already. Shit. Well, boys, make sure you soak up this campaign run, because there's not going to be many more after. Or I may end up making the same video again tomorrow. Don't make me go through that, okay? I meant the 200 million DPS discussion where you skip the whole mechanics. Oh, yeah, that's true. Right, right. Yeah, about that. Well, for anyone who happens to be in Act 9 and hasn't fought Kitava in Act 5 yet, the mechanics of that boss is he puts his arm down and goes like this. You want to frost blink over it because it's not good. Sometimes he does a slam with his fist. It kind of sends out a crushing wave. You want to go ahead and dodge that. That's not good. You'll also breathe fire in the safe spots or the top right corner and the bottom left part of the corner. We're going to go ahead and jump here to the foothills. Another mechanic he does is he spawns a heart that spawns a lot of ads. You want to kill that. We're in the boiling lake now. This is where we get to fight a mob that it's a basilisk. So if you stare at it, it petrifies you. You can assert dominance by staring back at it, getting petrified, and killing it with your own righteous fire. I don't know if I have the recovery for it. I can try. I might die, but I can try just because it's fun. I think it's coming up here somewhere. Yeah, here he is. Look at me! And I will look back. Okay, well, I didn't get petrified. He just kind of died. All right. Okay, let's go back. We're going to go ahead and talk to Sin. And then talk to this person.
Take care.
And then we're going to take the bottled storm. And I thought I saw a shield there. Yeah? Maybe it's time for an upgrade? 9 life. I mean, the reality is the shield has 600 armor, reduced damage from crits, and it has physical damage reduction. So even though the life pool is really bad, I'm gonna use it. The only way this does not work is if somehow I cannot hit 1 green with all these chromes. Don't do this again. Okay, we're good. We're good. Quick little swap. Every time I see 1 blue now, like, I kind of die a little bit on the inside because, like, I remember the incident. Hit the annul. You want me to ethically annul this? And then craft life? No, I'm good, dude. Is RF good at the new Abyss? I don't think we know anything about it yet, but if there's a lot of density, yeah. So here we're looking for our best friend Shakira, and we're going to get a weapon upgrade right now, right here. It's going to have 18 fire damage over time multiplier. It has nothing. We're going to go into the sand pit. Now, Shakira has a couple mechanics. Don't stand in the front there. Don't be in front of the tail. The tail is going to slap you. Now, this part is really annoying. You basically have to just walk through, and you need to wait for the tail. If you don't wait, and you pass through too quickly, then nothing, like, it's not going to work well, right? Otherwise, you have to backtrack and go all the way back. So, just kind of wait and just let it kind of go. This is also when I'm going to start working to respec. So I'm going to drop 1, 2, and 3. I'm just going to connect here, and then I'm going to go and take Armor Mastery. You probably should have taken Armor Mastery much earlier on the PoB, which is totally fine. I would too. Like I said, it's the first test run with this new leveling. Okay. Now, Shakira is going to be very elusive and run away. Same mechanics. Try not to be in front of the tail like me, or you're going to get tail swiped. They're going to do this bouncy bounce mechanic after this. So right now, we're just dodging. Come on, Shakira. Do the bounce. Do the bounce. If you stand in these sandstorms, you're going to get slowed. Here's the bounce. Okay, they didn't do the bounce. Here, we're just going to kite, and they're dead. Okay. Sometimes they kind of go like up and down a lot. You kind of just flask through it, move around. You'll be okay. Okay, real fast. We're going to put this point in here. Refund 1, 2, and 3. Then we're going to take life and armor and critical strike damage reduction. Hello there.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay. Go over to the tunnel. In here is another Labyrinth trial. Again, we're going to be skipping this because there's no reason for me to do Merc Lab for this. You guys know how Labyrinth works now. Have you played a Death's Oath build? I've played maybe 50 Death's Oath builds, but it was maybe 5 years ago. Okay, that's the lab trial that I am not going to do right now. There's a free transfigured gem in the trial. Oh, there we go. That's nice. I didn't know that. I never kept up with all the like little secrets they added in the campaign. Yeah, I mean, I get tired towards the end, and, you know, the thing about lab is it's just like extending the video for the sake of extending it. It's not like a completion run, right? So it's mainly just like a campaign guide, and I don't think people really need to see the ascension for the sake of ascending, and then we just end the campaign, right? Or the video. I think it's mainly for speedrunning purposes that people do the 3 labs, right? So here we can go left and right. One of these bosses has a feather, and the feather gives us a bonus skill point. The other one is at the refinery. So let's see. This is the refinery. The refinery guy is very angry, by the way. He does a lot of damage. Thankfully, he's pretty squish. So here he is. When he starts channeling the skill and he gets all like lightning zappy, that you want to just back away, throw some fire traps at him.
I cannot carry this.
Okay. We are now going to go back to the quarry. And we are going to go check from this side to look for the feather. Here it is. This boss does a lot of physical damage over time. If your regen's really bad, like mine, it's going to be a bit rough. So first off, you just hit the boss, circle kite like normal. At 50, like this much, she goes invulnerable. Just kite away from the sandstorms. Throw fire traps, let them come to you. Eventually they're going to be here. You can frost blink to avoid. I don't know if you actually avoid or you still take the hit. Here they kind of just follow you because they're too scared to fight. Eventually when they show themselves, you fight again, and then they just kind of keep doing the same thing. There they are. It's also a good shout out point to say Enduring Cry is a lifesaver in a lot of scenarios like these. And I should have been using it, but I just never really cared to. Enduring Cry will provide a burst of life regeneration and provide you with endurance charges. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab that really fast, since we've had an extra socket for a while. So we're going to grab our beautiful Enduring Cry and just put it right there. Honestly, I should actually grab the leveled one because I think it gives you life regen, so just do this real fast.
Yes?
There it is.
Take care.
Then we're going to turn in the feather, and the feather gets us a bonus skill point. Perfect. Not sure. I don't know if we're going here now. I think we're going over here. Right? Yeah. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Read your own guide. Wow! Wow! What do you mean?
I cannot do this yet.
I don't think Wall of Steel is in my guides anymore. I thought I removed that a long time. Oh, Wall of Steel. Ah, this one. Ah, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking Soul of Steel. Wall of Steel is very good. Wall of Steel is, I don't know if it's in there fully or not. It's a really good note at the beginning. And honestly, all throughout the game, the block chance on it is very nice, and that flat armor is really good. The flat armor is very, very nice. I'll go for that first. It's in the guide in multiple loadouts. Perfect. Genuinely, it is very good. Also, the more people neglect gear, the stronger it becomes. Because blocking is true damage, like, full damage avoidance. Whereas not blocking is not. So if your gear sucks, block is really good. And if your gear is good, block is still really good. It's just like kind of win-win. And I cannot wait to eat some food after this. Holy. We're so close. We're so close. What are we, 440? Wait, it's 410. Wow. Oh, this might be finished in record time, actually. Even with all the explanations. Wow. Okay. Very nice. I mean, I know rolling magma was bad for time. Like, this is no hidden discovery. That's why the minute we saw the gem changes, I wanted to level as melee. Because it speeds up your campaign, and you have less struggle. The only issue is that you have a bigger transition phase. Like, there's more stuff going on. Skipped lab doesn't count. Counts to me. Don't care about you. It's a campaign run. It's not a labyrinth run, you know? We did what we needed to do. Why don't you use Flame Dash? Flame Dash is not instant. So you cannot do the finesse like That. You will shield charge, come to a complete stop, and then you will flame dash. But as I always say, movement skills are a preference. You should use what you like / what works for you. Yeah, I've been getting spammed about Scorching Ray. We will answer it when the recording is finished.
Stay tuned after these commercials.
Okay, this fight is a little problematic. I'm just gonna burst her down. The reason why is this mechanic is not good for RF, because when she goes into this phase, she screams at you, and you want to hide behind a rock. The problem is, your RF will kill the rocks. So you could either piano between the 3 rocks, or you just press your flasks and punch her in the face. Can't wait for me to do this and people still ask questions. Well, they will, but then I can happily just link this. All right, this is the amalgamation, the triple, the evil trinity. It basically yoinked all the previous bosses. It has all of their attacks. I'm gonna portal because we have no flasks from before. Don't stand in that. Don't stand in the purple stuff you saw. When the scorpions come like this, you want to preemptively drop your fire traps. This will help kill them. Stand on the side so you can bait the giant ball that she'll do at some point. So it's not in the middle. So see there how it goes onto the side and it's not in the middle of the arena. We do not want that in the middle. She ran away, which means we're going to go ahead and drop more fire traps. The Enduring Cry here. Throw more fire traps at her. Instantly Frostblink away so we don't get hit by it. Frostblink again to the side and down she goes. Okay, let's finish this up. We're so close.
It would be wrong to do that here.
I don't think the notes show something different. They give you an option. Players like having options, so I provide options. The problem is when I provide options for people, I often get, but what's best? So, a little tricky sometimes. We're talking to Bannon, and then we're going to blitz through here. For example, my POB shows you exactly how you want to ascend, right? You take Sallow Cleansing Water for Fire Res, then you take Explode, which is Hinokora, then you go Ramako Sun's Light, and then you take your max res notes. The notes say the same thing. The notes, however, also say if you struggle with damage and you would prefer more single target, you can go Ramako instead of Explode, right? The notes do not say that. I can clarify it a little bit better. So you can go confirm for me. Okay. Explode is good in the campaign. I'm using it right now. You can see it when I charge into mobs. I hate this zone. Get lost in the static layout. I don't have them memorized, man. Here's a lab trial. I don't like memorizing like layouts of maps. It's funny because when I was a little kid and I used to play like some shooters with my friends, they would all play snipers and they would have respawn points memorized. So like the second someone would die and respawn, they would just shoot you again. And I'm like, brother, why? Like, why? And they're like, well, you just memorize the layout. And then I told myself, I hate shooters because I don't want to memorize map layouts. And then I met Path of Exile. And I still stand true to not learning map layouts. But that's okay, because I found my niche. This works for me. Why wouldn't we take the non-unique jewel increase and reduction node? That node has extremely little value compared to all of the other nodes. Just go ahead and compare them side by side.
I cannot do this yet.
That node is competing with Explode, which you shouldn't be playing Chieftain if you're not picking Explode. The Max Res, which is an insane node, especially for Righteous Fire, right? And I guess maybe the third would be Ramako, also an insane node. There's just no comparison. Listen, I know it hurts to do that, but that's... Listen, okay? We're leaving it on the floor. We're not allowed to pick that up. If we even touch that, we are losing our RNG for the new league, okay? We're not even allowed to touch it, okay? Just leave it alone. Pretend it never happened, okay?
Guys, it never happened.
Okay? It does not exist. Now, this is a nice mimic of the future of the previous zone. The Desecrated Chambers has big density in those corner areas, right? So like if you go up here, there's always a big blue pack. Was that a scroll of... Yeah, that was a wisdom scroll. 100% was a wisdom. This is a crime against all exiles. Look, I'm leaving it on the floor. Maybe someone else gets the luck instead, okay? On a side note, if you're new and you hear that noise...
Welcome to Path of Exile. That's the whole reason we play the game.
Okay, this guy hits really hard. He does a lot of physical. Just kind of move around him like this. Don't tank his swipes, his slam. Don't really tank anything he does. He just hits kind of hard. Just gonna back up for a second. Good.
The banon.
Okay.
Now that you remember.
I fear.
It would be wrong to do that here.
If you want more single target, as you can see, like my single target's starting to slightly fall off, this is a great time to go ascend. When you ascend, you're going to take the next node, Ramako Sun's Light, which is this node here. And when you do this, you need to switch two things. Number one, you need to switch your curse to punishment instead of flammability, because you no longer benefit from minus res, as shown in the POB notes and in the skills. And the second thing you change, you remember that Swift Affliction we were talking about all the way from Library? Swift Affliction specifically will get replaced. Sorry, Combustion will get replaced with Swift Affliction. So that means your Fire Trap colors will be 3 greens and 1 red. And then you replace that with Swift Affliction. You value max res less than most. I feel like max res is very, very strong though. This is we don't need Reliquary, right? Let's go to the left. 90 max res means you're taking less elemental damage, less elemental degen, right? You're taking less from your own righteous fire. You're converting physical damage to fire, which means now you're taking less fire damage from that. So in a sense, less physical, right? 90 max res is very good. It also gives you damage scaling with Nebulous. Max res is way overkill for the campaign. We're not talking about the campaign. We're talking about our Uber Lab. I take these max res nodes and these solely for the purpose of countering your own RF degen. And in return, you end up being more tanky against Elemental, right? I meant Velaco. It's overkill for the campaign. Yeah, we're not taking Velaco for the campaign. That's not at all what the discussion is. The discussion was Uber Lab. It's from YouTube chat. Now that we're nearing the end here, I'm going to go ahead and do a demo. And I'm going to show all the different RF MTXs. So here's base. Here's Celestial, the one where you can't see anything. This boss has a lot of physical degen. So whenever he shoots those beams, you don't want to stand in them. These right here. Every 30% or so, he goes up in the sky, and I think he laughs a lot. No, that's only the Silo boss. Here's Divine Righteous Fire. I didn't even see him here. Here we go. Three Divine. I had like 11. I don't want to talk about it. There is this Gamba thing like 10 years ago, and I was trying to get a set, and it kept giving me Divine Righteous Fire. I didn't even play RF back then. Maybe that's part of the reason I started playing it. And then they introduced this new thing. This is my favorite MTX, by the way. Let's just kill him here. They introduced this new thing that only lasted for 12 hours that you could stick MTX in and merge it to other MTX. So I put like 3 Divine Righteous Fires in and converted it, and you know what it gave me?
Divine Righteous Fire.
And then it was removed for many reasons. I'm not kidding, man. In fact, if I go to my cosmetics, isn't there a way you can search cosmetics, or is that PoE 2? Here we go. Divine. Here we got 5 helmets. I'm not ready to talk about it. There's a set, it's not called Radiant. I think it's called Radiant. Yeah, I got 2 bodies, 2 boots, 2 gloves, 4 shields.
Where's the helmet?
Still don't have it, and I refuse to buy it. Okay, let's go ahead and go to Kitava. It's time. Doing the Kitava special. Oops. Let me go ahead and start moving over here. Hoping it's still very tanky. RF Chieftain is extremely tanky. More importantly, if you look at the POB loadout for going block-based at level 90, that is where you want to be. A lot of people, and by a lot I mean too many people, judge a build before it's kind of set up, and RF really wants to go block-based as one of its form of defensive layers. Because a lot of people will play a ranged build with X amount of millions of damage, they'll have 2k life progressing their Atlas, and anytime a mob sneezes, they die. The problem with RF is it's more expensive to be tanky than it is to do damage in general with builds. So you want to make sure you pivot to your Shaper Shield and go block-based. Once you're block-based with recovery, you're golden, man. It's very different. Is that your real voice or is it an MTX?
You mean this one right here?
That's my real voice, man. That's my real voice when I scrunch my... I gotta scrunch the eyebrows or else the voice doesn't work. Should new players do their third lab before Kitava? It will help a little bit because of the minus res. Yeah, you should be res capped always as Chieftain. We spoke about that in this playthrough already. Do, do, do. It is time for Kitava. Here we go.
I shall strike you down.
So, mechanics for Kitava. Pay attention to the hand slam. These are big fizz degen. Go in one of the corners whenever he does the fire breath. You're usually safe. When he goes invulnerable here, and again, careful of the degen. It's very heavy here. Hit the heart. Be careful because when you're hitting the heart, he spawns these unique mobs that do a lot of physical damage. Kill the ads after the heart dies so you can do the fight again with no ads. Preemptively throw your fire traps. This will allow you to do a little bit of burst damage. Okay, when that happens, run to a corner. You'll be okay. Re-engage so you can see what he's doing. Dodge the fizz degens. Okay, that, I almost didn't see it there. That is one of the, I call it the X marks the spot. It does a pulse, 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 boom. You want to be very careful of the pulse, 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 boom. You want to frost blink out of it. Here we're going to move over to the left. Okay, this is the fire. If your flasks get low, you can simply open a portal, click it, and come back just like this. Right? These balls here do a bit of fizz damage. Just move away from them and you're okay. That's the arm swipe you want to dodge. Here's the fire breath again. This is the big fire breath. So we're just going to go hide in a corner. We're safe. Okay. That's it. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let me know how long it took for you guys to go through. Took us just shy of 4 minutes or 4 hours. Oh, I wish it was 4 minutes. 4 hours and 30 seconds. 30 minutes. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I can't speak right now. Holy, my brain's fried. From here, you can do slash passives. Actually, let me go ahead and just go through the docs here. And just explain how we do this. Okay. Sail to Oriath.
It would be wrong to do that here.
Come on. Till next time, shall we keep, Savior?
Yeah, we're gonna just grab our... I like to just grab the points right here. This is how you can start your mapping. So you're going to talk to Kirak. You want to make sure you do your lab, obviously. Grab your skill points. Type slash passives. If it says 0, you want to go back and make sure you do them. The only one that's okay to be 0 is the deal with the bandits. Right? So this is 23, so we are good. Officially set up. Hope you guys had a wonderful time. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. The next thing to do, follow the POB guide. You're going to go ahead and start climbing your Atlas, aiming to beat Searing Exarch and Eater of Worlds. Make sure you're using the POB loadout function to make sure that you are where you're supposed to be. If you get stuck at all, make sure you troubleshoot with the website so it can help you out. Of course, you can always ask questions on my stream or Discord. Sometimes I'm a bit busy and it's hard to help each person individually. So thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the run, and I'll catch you guys all tomorrow. Take care.
And thanks for watching.